It's finally time. Ladies and gentlemen, we are finally back for our third LTS tournament of 2026. You know what it is already? It's me, Leader Force, here to bring you another action-packed Titanfall 2 tournament, and we're already going to start out with a bang. On the left, we've got Team Borderline Throwing. Shout out to that name, by the way. One of my probably favorite names I've seen in recent memory. Consistent of. So, it's honestly a pretty good team, all things considered. We've got Lord Zia, one of the Ronin OGs. One of my favorite people in Titanfall 2 community, of course, being my teammate and whatnot. A little bit of bias there. Right next to him, we got the North Star Extraordinary himself, Overbasher 360. And finally, of course, rounding out the charge, we have, I believe it's called Vasco, coming out. Now, this team is really interesting because they've told me straight up that they believe that pilots are not being utilized to their full potential. And so, they've been cooking. I've seen a little bit, but I haven't seen all of it. As a matter of fact, one of the persons who has seen some of it, victim of last tournament that we didn't get to see off the stream, Caspi felt the wrath of the softball. That is, in fact, real information. We might see a softball once again here in this LTS bracket. So as far as I'm aware, they're cooking. So I'm really interested to see how they perform this tournament with all the new strats they are bringing to the table. On the opposite side, we've got Cross-Eyed Crusaders. They've also got a pretty nice lineup for themselves. They've got, I believe it's Jumbo Starfish, Behemoth. I believe it's Jim Bobby. This is his name, aka Stealth. With their team sub being, I believe, Buck. And there's Behemoth coming into the lobby. So a bit more of a put together team, but obviously no slouches in their own regard. Star has been a little absent lately from the competitive LTS scene, but he's here making his return. Trying to see if he still got it. Of course, Buck needs no introduction. I believe he actually subbed for Zia's team the last tournament. Now here he is on the opposite side of things. Jim Bobby, of course, the resident Entangled Ion player from formerly Benny's team the last event, now finds himself on a different roster. And of course, Behemoth, no stranger to danger. He's going to find himself here in our first match. Right now, teams are deciding picks and bans, and once those are done and underway, we will get our first game going. And we're going to start immediately with, again, no one's surprised, my favorite format, 3v3. A nice mixed blend of 2v2 LTS, but with one extra Titan in the mix. A lot more uneven map control, map spread. 3v3 can either end up in 2v2 on one side, 1v1 on the other, or it could even just be a straight up 1v1v1, depending on what map choices and what lane and what Titans opt to go to what lane. And that's the thing with 3v3. 3v3 as a mode is incredibly open-ended. In terms of how you can play it. All the Titans have seen competitive viability. Some of them, of course, are a bit more map dependent, but It is a nice blend of chaos and tactics, as I've said time and time again. Favorite game mode to watch, as well as my favorite mode to play. We're almost, it's almost time. I'm so excited. I've been, I've been hearing a lot how Borderline Throw has been cooking, and I need to see it for myself. I didn't get to see them last time, and they told me they were cooking last time. So I saw they were first in the bracket, and I said, alright, front row seat. And that is true. This tournament actually is sponsored by a bunch of the members of the community, including Overhawk. I forget exactly who the other people are, but there is actually money in this event. There is a grand total of, no joke, $120. So shout outs to our generous Titanfall 2 community members for donating to the pot, giving us someone to play for besides just bragging rights. If I'm not mistaken, I believe it's winner take all, so... Which even then, 120 between 3 people, you know, it's pretty good for a game that's 10 years old. Love to see that. Jumbo and Soy Love 2, thank you for telling me. Shouts to Overhawk, Jumbo, and Soy for all contributing to that. Alright. Hometown has been selected. Is it time? Because I'm excited. I'm excited. I've been waiting for this the whole month. One of the things I've been looking forward to is to watch some LTS with everyone else. You know, here, chilling in the stream chat. Oh, nope, we gotta hold up. Yeah, never mind. Not time yet. Yep, get your bathroom breaks now, alright? Alright. We're trying to get this out the way right now so that we can just fight. I'm trying to watch some scrap happen. I want to see some top tier. If not even top tier, I just want to see some LTS action at this point. I am just here. I'm here to be a spectator. I'm here to be the commentator. And I just want to watch one of my favorite games of all time be played. Yo, this is pizza. Yo, dude, friggin'. Bro, I wish I had pizza. Yo, who wants to, like, deliver pizza to the commentary desk? Raise your hand. Yo, be yourself. LST sucks. Nova, did you watch me play the last tournament? Like, are we sure? You were cooking trust? I mean, maybe. I don't know. Alright, we still win. Bro said my pizza should be here any minute. Ain't no way. Bro. Dude. You LSD next to me too. Bruh. Bro said, dude, is he like? I mean, listen, all right. In his defense, all right, I have gotten my food stolen before, so walk my all right. Okay, all right. He's kind of base for that. He got stuffed crust pepperoni. Yo, me too. I'm also stuffed crust. Man, why do we keep talking about food, bruh? All right, let's go. All right, wait. They said R. We said R. Everyone's ready. Let's go. It's time. 3v3 LTS game 1, set 1. Cross-eyed Crusaders on the right, basically, or excuse me, borderline throwing on the left. Oh man, I keep calling them basically throwing, but it's borderline throwing. That's the BLT. Man, more food. And it's time. We're loading right in. Listen, don't diss Little Caesars. But anyway, we're not here to talk about that. We're not talking about food. We're going to talk about the game right now. It is time to see what kind of strats Borderline Throne is cooking up, and we're going to see what they employ on the Boomtown. Alright, Zia Ronin on the classic tried and true Ronin Vasco on the Ion, of course, and it's time. He's going for it. He's waiting. They didn't get out and get the battery, so he's going to get right back in, and he's going to play the North Star. He tried to see if they would go get the battery and try to line up a softball boost potentially, but thankfully it's not going to cost him too much because the North Star can just get back in and start harassing, no problem. There's going to be 3 people stuck in this lane. It's going to be a little awkward because I heard 360 dash. He is back here. He should have been taking the off angle on the left, I believe. Now he will. He's going to look for a hover shot. Can he find a target? Nice shot onto Buck. Buck just took a ton of damage. On the back end, it's going to be a nice splitter into the Ronin's back. Now he's also on a bar. Zia's going to probably look to try to engage here. Trying to buy multiple members. Zia's actually holding his own phenomenally. He's still half. He hasn't taken that much damage. He's going to face Patsy Trip where I try to look for aggression. Zia's been taking the double arc wave rather than the anomaly kit for himself as Nova, excuse me, as 360 has been forced to the air and unfortunately goosed as well. Zia now going to walk up with his teammate. Core has been activated. Zia's going in. He's going to try to find a rip. He can't find it. Still can't find it. Zia took so much damage here on the back end. His teammate On has to eject, and now Zia's stuck with a Doom Bar against 2 Titans. Kind of fumbled the execution there. Tried to preemptively box on a melee rather than just going for the all-in commit. Finds himself in this situation. I believe... No, he actually does have the cloak. Can he find the charge rifle goose? No, Vasco can't find the charge rifle goose. There's an AWOL in play. But the Ion is very healthy, and I believe the Ion just got a battery as well. Oh, Jim Bobby. Actually, I'm not sure how much health Jim Bobby has, actually. Vasco does win the pilot 1v1, and the Ion looks to be doomed, I believe. Zia has to be careful how he peeks out because he himself is in danger of dying. Thankfully, doesn't die just yet. Ion looking for the laser shot. Can't seem to find it. Both the pilot and the Titan playing patient. Cloak has been engaged. Vasco is going to go look for stealth. Stealth is thankfully doomed. But the pilot's on his back. Actually, Jim Bobby does see Vasco and takes him out. Now it's Zia by himself. He's going to try to look. No, he actually doesn't look for the phase rip. He actually is going to try to back off. He's going to try to run for 30 seconds. I don't think that's really possible for him. That pilot is definitely going to hunt him down. And Bobby, you can see him. He's right there. They see Zia. He's coming around for it, but he's going to respect Zia's phase rip range. Gonna go for it all in. And Zia actually does find the phase rip and clutches the round for his team. I am very surprised that that he's had to walk up that far. I think he's more than likely running the overcore, not the turbo engine. I figured the plan was just going to be let the pilot do the work, force the Ronin out to use phase eventually defensively, and then try to kill him that way. But instead, no, he has to know that that's Zia's only win con at that point is to just all in for a phase rip. But Zia, thankfully, he clutches it out. Things are good to go. All 3 members are stuck on this grandma side. We saw how that didn't work out for them last time. Zia's already here, as well as the enemy Ronin is also here. And the thing with Zia is that Zia plays a lot more aggressively in his 1v1s compared to most rodents who would rather just shot block all day. Speaking of aggressively, as I stated, he lays aggressively, and that's going to cost him a little bit of health. Fortunately, eating that railgun for himself. Vasco's going to walk up, tries to do a melee. Thankfully, the North Star wasn't looking at him. Zia already less, almost a bar of health already, and on the back end, 360 is already doomed. Zia's going to go and try to find some aggression, try to find a doom on the Ronin. Ronin is doomed. Ronin is forced up into the air, but look at how low all the members are. 360 has to take an eject. He has a softball, so he's going to have a harder time killing these pilots. Laser comes around the corner, takes out another 2 pilots. Are now hard stuck on Zia's tide. Thankfully, Vasco has the R101. He will take out 1 pilot. Northstar is doomed, so Northstar can be a target, and Leah has to be careful of where he decides to peek out. Jim Bobby again takes out a pilot. Been absolutely on a slaughter lately. Actually, smart choice to actually no, I thought that was 360. 360 is the one that actually goes down. Vasco going to try to see if we can find the charge rifle shot onto Buck. Buck, no eject! I can't believe Buck didn't take the eject there. Now he's already dead, and oh, Jim Bobby is going to find that pilot. And now it's going to be Zia versus Jim Bobby. Jim Bobby with a ton of health. Nothing he can do against the splitter rifle. The splitter rifle will eventually kill him. E-smoke might do him in as well. Zia gets a sword core 1 HP, trying to see what he can make happen, but there is not much he can do at this point. Too much health on Jim Bobby's side. While Zia was able to make the miracle happen last time, Jim Bobby chooses not to scramble, and he will tie up the round count 1-1. Now the sides are swapped, so the team Borderline Throwing is not going to be stuck all 3 on Grandma's side. They're kind of like super tight together. They need to spread out a bit more. 360 can probably play a bit more isolated away from his team and try to get better cross shots onto the opposing North Star as well as the rest of her teammates. 360 is waiting for a hover shot on this left side, but looks like the hover shot's not even going to come. The battery's being pulled right now, as I'm sure there is a cluster on it. No, actually it's been pulled and they have got it. It looks like Zia's getting his as well. No, Zia's actually hard aggressing onto... Actually, no, the aggression went onto their own battery, and now Zia's the one who's actually in trouble. However, Zia got the battery, and he's back in, and he didn't die. I'm not sure what exactly happened to that scramble in mid, but Zia survives, and now he's going to get the Doom onto the opposing Ronin. Doom is good. The back end, Vasco is now less than a bar, and 360 is also eating a lot of damage for himself. 360 already doomed, trying to find the shots on the Stealth. Stealth has been a major key player in these engagements. However, the flight core has just come online. No flight core has been activated because of the fact that the other 2 Titans are doomed. Sword core has been activated, and laser core is also been popped. Sword core behind Zia. He's incoming. No preemptive box to kill the sword core. That means that Ronin's going to continue to live, as well as Stealth has successfully defended himself. Vasco's going to get out from Disembark. Northstar should be able to clean up the auto, no problem. Actually, no, I'm surprised the Northstar hasn't seen the auto yet. 1 Titan goes down. Vasco is able to do some pilot work so far. 360 has to take an eject and is already taken out. Vasco's going to try to make his way back to his auto, I think, and try to play his life as the Titan, perhaps. No, actually, no, he still continues to abandon it. Stealth sees the auto. Try to see if they can find a kill. Buck has a battery to his name as well, so he's hanging out Northstar. Vasco thankfully survives the pilot on the Grandma rooftop, and the pilot is actually looking for him. Zia's a Doom bar. He's up against 2 Titans. He has Vasco to help him out, but he's still in a really tough spot. Charge rifle shot onto Buck is pretty good, and now he's definitely been spotted by multiple members, as they're all trying to hunt down Vasco right now. Zia's going to phase in aggressively. He's going to try to find some shots on the Buck. Has to be careful about his disengage, though, as Bobby could be waiting around the corner for him. He's going to trade out, try to pull the battery. Oh, is he going to die? Yes, he will die. It will be Star coming around the corner with the charge rifle. And the AWOL just to make sure that Zia goes down. I guess the entire TBT community has seen the softball clip of Caspian, so no one's opting to pull their own their respective batteries. And all-in aggression coming out last round too. Decided to just hard aggress on Zia's battery. The scramble actually I think goes overall in BLT's favor, but again they keep getting bunched up, and because they keep getting bunched up, they're not able to spread out and play as a team. I think Zia's thinking about pulling this battery. He's just gonna play patient. Long-range power shot's been thrown. This time at 360, gonna be on the Legion instead of the North Star for himself. Vasco, he's trying to find some damage, but thankfully everyone just opts to respect. Nice shot on the Ion. But Ronan, I think, is having a little bit of a DC issue. As now I think the call is just to fight the ramp. Power shot has been used. One more power shot to his name. Can he find the damage? As all three members are about to barrel through this cluster, not ideal, so they're just going to wait out the cluster. Power shot, blind, no hit on the mark. 360's coming around. He can find a good amount of damage. If Road's not ready, he does it the power shot, but Zia's already so low on health. Oh, Zia does get the box, but however, he has to take an eject, unfortunately. Thankfully, the Ronan is doomed, and the other person is low as well. Vasco trying to find a rip onto the Ronan, and he does! I'm surprised he went forward and got on the back end. 360 somehow catches the North Star. The North Star's dead. 360 is almost full health, by the way. And now it's just Bobby, a Doom Bar, stuck in the situation that Zia found himself in, if not worse. And he will fall down. We have a final round coming up for our first game of the day.
Welcome back.
It's kind of wild. This is our first game. This is what we're doing. Zia. He's actually just going to go straight up the ramp, ignoring his battery. Acknowledging he's probably not going to get it with the North Star in play. 360 here to support him in long-range mode. He sees the Ronin. 360's taking a small amount of damage, but now look, the positioning's different. Instead of positioning to the ramp, they have the North Star on the side. Battery is being pulled, and the battery has been successfully pulled as well. Zia just phased in, but thankfully 360's here to cover him. And on the other end, Vasco is here to try to deter some aggression, but Vasco's actually the target now. Vasco somehow isn't doomed, goes for a super greedy laser, and now he will get doomed instead of wanting Vortex to walk out. Power shot onto the Ronin, not able to find it. Sword core incoming. Zia's teammates are definitely gonna die, no questions asked. 360 has taken eject. And now the laser cores come out. Zia stuck in the 1v3. Nowhere left to go. He'll fall down as well. And that's gonna be game one to the Cross-Eyed Crusaders. And like I said, the positioning was different. Instead of just all hugging grandma, the North Star went straight to the rubble side, completely uncontested. Zia's not in mid. He's trying to walk up the ramp. 360 is, of course, in a pocket to help Zia, but he's a little too far. And then the fight isn't as coordinated as it needs to be. Scramble ensues. Vasco ends up being the target. Vasco doesn't hold Vortex, instead opts to try to get as much damage as he can. And he walks out doomed. And because Vasco is still the target, Ronan gets Sword Core for free. Batteries pulled no problem. It kind of looked like a situation where they weren't sure if they wanted to commit to the all-in aggression or if they wanted to play the neutral game. That's gonna cost him. So right now, the Cross-Eyed Crusaders, team we're on the left with, they're up one game. Oh my god, bruh. Dude. Guys. I mean, okay, like, I get obligations, but you guys gotta have us up. Let's be for real. At least they're talking about like, all right. I mean, they waited 9 minutes for Behemoth's pizza, right? It's time for Behemoth to eat his pizza. So I think we just wait. Then I'm okay with waiting. Heck yeah! All right. LST not seeing grad. What happened to y'all? All right, cool. I won't lie though. All right, the team's willing to wait. All right, 360 said they got a sub. I mean, where's the sub at? I don't see the sub in the lobby. But all right though. I mean, that's what's up though. That's some that's some homie stuff. Instead of taking the W, Behemoth's team gonna opt to wait. I think that's what's up. I don't like taking games like that either. Rather, no, I'm not subbing into someone's roster last second. That is not what's happening. All right. He says sub me and coach. Y'all are on a different team. Y'all are trolling. All right, you already got me to play one tournament. Y'all are lucky. You got one, and that's just because the speedrunners were they were nice to me and they were like, "Yo, Uncle Lethal, can you please play?" And I was like, "No." And then I thought about it, and then Seizo said, "Yo, you should play," and I was like, "Maybe." No fucking rage. Nah, it's cool. I mean, I don't really care if you're like rages. I don't know. It's whatever. Oh, what's happening? Okay, I guess we're just taking a second. All right, so for those of you that are unaware of what is going on, I have a little bit of 10-minute ad break. Not really. I don't get paid like an esport organization like that. But you know, we have a short 10-minute intermission. Zia's gonna go take his girlfriend to work. Come right back, and we're gonna continue the match as if nothing has happened. I mean, is Govers Final Boss on a game right now? Pretty sure that like everyone's just running the games right now. because we did start this one a little late. All right. Okay. I have no idea who Bulbasaur with numbers is, but here we go. That's happening. We are getting our next game underway. Is that okay? I've been informed that apparently is Benny. I don't think you're allowed to do that, if I'm mistaken. I mean, Benny is in the VC, but I don't. Hold on a second. I mean, alright, here we go. We're just in game 2. Well, I gotta commentate like we're in game 2. Behemoth's now on the tone. It's gonna be Jump on the Legion and Stealth gonna be on the Ion. No Ronin been selected, interestingly enough. And Softball Goose tried to find the target. Unfortunately, not able to find the target. Always prior shot used, not able to find the mark onto. I'm kind of wondering if both teams don't have a Ronin. Alright, it's going to be Vasco on a Legion. He's going to take up this right side angle instead of opting to push through Dome. He's going to be the one that's going to be holding that area. But again, this side has the battery advantage. So overall, it's going to be on to maybe team to make up that advantage. I'm going to start through the window. Going to take off the Tone Shield. And it's going to be the Ion on the back end being able to flank. Stealth is Jim Bobby is taking a ton of damage, by the way. But it's going to be the collapse onto Stealth. Stealth about to get doomed. Stealth, or excuse me, about to get doomed. It's going to be Vasco having to take an eject. He's already been picked off. It's 3 Titans to 2. Trying to see if we can find the pilot. Unfortunately, not able to. Thankfully, Jim Bobby's able to loosen that. Our shot is back. It's going to be the Ion on the back. Laser core has been activated. Unfortunately, not able to find much on the Ion. This will disengage from the Pokemon. 360's here as the North Star, and it's going to be kind of difficult for Behemoth to be able to find some stuff on to the North Star as the Tone. South Core's been activated, but 2 cores has been used on this Ion, and neither of them have found any value, by the way. Behemoth trying to see if we can find the pilot, not able to so far. And as I just realized on the back end, Jim Bobby has been goosed. So that auto is now a huge liability. Matter of fact, the auto's going to go down. Power shot 1, power shot 2 is good, and let's go. Power core's been activated. 3 cores used on the Ion. The Ion still survives, by the way. 360 has to be careful of all the damage coming his way. Laser core's been activated, and Behemoth is now the last Titan standing. And somehow Team Borderline Throwing has made the comeback in a match where there is no Ronin in play. Behemoth's gonna get out. He's gonna try to kill this pilot. The pilot's sitting on an AWOL though. He gets the pilot, but his Tone is. Oh, the softball actually ends up killing him. Wait. What killed? I actually don't know what's going on. I'm gonna be so for real right now. I actually don't know what is even happening. What's happening? Someone want to explain to me what is happening?
Focus, plan, attack.
I have no idea what's going on. I can't believe the softball. Did he fire a softball? I just didn't see the startup animation. What is going on? All right. Well, the point is that insanity just happened. 360 gets the kill. And that's one for the record books. And now it's going to be the Tone and the Legion advancing up this right side. Going to try to take the fight onto Vasco. They've identified Vasco as the target. Tracking rocket's going to be incoming, but the gun shield's still up, so that's not going to be able to do much. He's not going to have a gun shield against the Legion, however, and the Legion's going to melt his life bar for a lot. And now he's getting crushed out by Stealth. Stealth could be able to find a Doom. Actually, Stealth doesn't opt to play aggressively up mid. He had the opportunity to, but it's not going to be able to find it. He's going to try to look for the Doom. He's going to try to find the last shot. He does find it. Gets the tracking rockets. Should be the Doom. No! Bad curve, but also probably should have shot it, but 2 more 40 mils would have been able to find it there. Laser shots from Jim Bobby onto the Pokemon. Not going to be able to find the mark as the Pokemon out-trades him for about half. 360's come around the corner, and now he's getting hard engaged on by the Ion. However, the Ion does come back around and deal damage back onto his opponent. Vasco is a Doom bar. He's sitting in the window. He's going to be able to play comfortably there. As long as he doesn't get long-range power shot by the opposing Legion. You see 2 members trying to find the North Star that's hanging out in the back. Coming around with the Rack Guts, plus 2 power shots. The Bulbasaur is doomed, but that's going to force the Legion back up into the air. And because the Ion has pushed up, he gets ripped. Free battery pull coming up from Star Jumbo. Behemoth does find that kill, no problem. Matter of fact, Behemoth will take a battery for himself as well. He's going to be a very healthy Tone. Nice 180 melee coming out from 360. He actually gets Jim Bobby. Now it's going to be Behemoth stuck in another 1v2 scenario. He's going to try to find the Legion. The Legion still has a Doom bar plus a little bit of shields to work with. I believe those tracker rockets only dissipated the gun shield. He actually used a Thunderbolt on the North Star. I'm surprised that he's still alive. It's a very tough position to find yourself in as Tone, as if you walk down that hallway, you are just asking to die, but he needs to make an all-in soon. If he can find locks onto this North Star, he can actually curve through that vertical area above him and try to find a kill that way. No particle wall means that he's not only going to have one more wall before the time runs out. He has to find an offensive aggression soon, as Star is just kind of vibing as a pilot. I'm not really sure what his objective is going to be. 20 seconds remain. North Star has been spotted. Thunderbolt. That does actually find the kill! And now it's going to be Behemoth grabbing another battery, and he's already got more than enough health. Vasco is doomed, and that's going to be a 1-1 in terms of round count. Previously, 360 got a kill from the grave. And now on the opposite end, Team Crosslight Crusaders will get him back from the grave as well.
Controls are handed to you, pilot.
And so now we find ourselves in a 1-1 round count situation. I think both teams have just agreed that we're just not going to play around. Help spec bug. Unfortunate. We're going to have to restart the round. But thankfully, halftime has already happened. So it's okay. We don't got to worry about swapping sides. We don't got to worry about nothing. We are good.
Pilot, it is good to have you back.
And so here we are. Behemoth on the Tone still. Star taking the Legion for himself, and there's going to be no swap up. Wait, Alright. People are just typing in the chat. Thankfully, Bobby will find the battery and not get himself goosed. It's going to be Tone Legion mid, actually, I think is pretty strong to have, as that's going to contest Vasco really well. Not going to have anyone to shut down this wall. However, Behemoth needs to get out of the lane relatively soon, although he's going to take a ton of damage! 1 power shot, 2 power shot! All the damage has just been thrown in both directions! I'm not sure who won it, but on the opposite end, it seems that one Titan's already gone up. It's Vasco. Doomed is the Legion. Legion has to take an eject as well. Stealth has the laser core onto the Pokemon. The Pokemon using Solar Beam right back! However, Bulbasaur will live and he'll win against Champ Bobby 360 comes around with a shot, and that's gonna be one chaotic end to the round.
Welcome back, pilot.
I love how the last 6 or 7 rounds of LTS, we've had all this neutral, we've had all this calculated play, and then suddenly, boom, a big fight in mid.
Show them what the 6-4 can do.
And that's gonna be a pretty decisive round coming out from Team Borderline Throwing. Beeman's gonna get the battery, thankfully gonna get it safe and sound as the tone, but he's gonna be forced into an awkward spot. He's gonna walk up this blue area. If there's a North Star waiting for him, there's not exactly a whole lot he can do. No one's actually here contesting blue, so that means Behemoth will walk him all the way. Dash out for 360, tries to find it, and held it as well, but couldn't find it. Stealth gonna take the fight onto the Bulbasaur. However, he has the Entangle. Actually, I'm not sure if both ions are running Entangle, but right now Stealth is slightly leading. He took the reload first. Laser shot is good. Overcore! Laser core! Never mind, I thought Stealth would win, but once again the Bulbasaur prevails, proving he's one of the best starters of Gen 1 for the first 2 gyms. And now Behemoth is under fire by multiple members. He's surrounded by 360 and Vasco. Has to run out of mid. Power shot lands on the mark. In mid, the Bulbasaur will take down another Titan. And now Behemoth has become the last Titan standing. Behemoth tried to use the Rocket Sprint, the Gun Shield, and now the Legion slowly but surely advancing on his location with 2 members. Sabacor trying to keep the enemy at bay, but it will not be enough. Team Borderline Throwing will even up the score count. So we just had a no Ronin game of Titanfall 2, as Lord Zia is currently not here due to the fact that he is currently dropping off his girlfriend at work. And Bulbasaur says hi. What's up, Bulbasaur? Alright, so knowing Zia, he's actually still not here. He said 10 minutes, but he actually means 20. I think we all have been bamboozled knowing I mean, I do have his phone number. I can call him. Hold on a minute. Me and 360 about to call Zia. Alright. Oh, 360's on it. He's calling Zia. I will let Zia 360 do it. Put this man on speakerphone is crazy. League said Zia. I want Zia back is crazy. About 2 minutes, bro. Why is he not here? No way he's not here, bro. You Fred. How does he do it, man? I mean, at least he was on time. That's true. At least he was on time. Like, at least he was. But like, how does he find a way to not be here? Ain't no way they about to play the game. We're just gonna wait 2 minutes, please. Thank God. That's crazy. They got Benny to sub. That's so funny. Oh my god, don't even worry about it. It's all good. This has been I mean, hey, I did say that 3v3 is my favorite to watch, right? And it's been chaos. I've been having a great time so far. I'm having a great time. I know the people in the stream chat have been entertained so far. And you know, we just gotta wait a little bit to get Lord Zia back in here. Oh, dude, Dino, do you think Zia like cares? Like, I mean, he does, but like, dude, like, I mean, I guess we got a little bit of time. Story time with Lethal. Dude, Zia's been like, I think like most of the tournaments Zia's entered, he's been late. So I'm trying to think. Like, I remember one time he entered a 3v3 with like him and Dark and Crazy, and like they had to 2v3 once. And he was like an hour late. I know when we played Anime Protagonist, I know he was late to that one too. Because we had to get Future last second as a sub. He was late to that one. When me and Rush played a 2v2 tournament, he was supposed to be the mainline roster. I was supposed to be the sub. And then I had to be mainline roster. To be fair to him, that's just because he came back from a flight. That one was not his fault, but he was still late. Like, I'm trying to think, like, this is like, I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. This is like the first time I think I've seen Zio be like on time. But even then, he found a way to not be here. Shout outs to Lord Zia. the goat. The OG. How does he do it, man? Oh man. All right, Zia's coming. Heck yeah! All right, we're going. Yeah, no, we had 7 teams in the bracket, so we had a pretty good turnout actually. It's you know, Grand Whopping I think slightly under 25 people, which I think is really good total. Not sure how many teams have subs and whatnot, but you know, we got that many for a monthly tournament in a game that is 10 years old. It's about to be 10 years old. Oh, let's go. He's actually. Dude, I always think that like I'm like fashionably late to things, and then there's Lord Zia. How did he miss a game midway through his tournament? I know he's got priorities, but it's like, how does he do it? Let's go see his back. All right, heck yeah. Goodbye, Bulbasaur. Thank you for being a trusty starter in Gen 1. You ever want to beat the first 2 gyms easily? You pick Bulbasaur. Free. Alright. Wait, Zia's not on the right team? We're about to... And here we go. We're actually going to the final game of our first match of the 3v3 LTS tournament. I just want to say shout out to Bulbasaur for probably being the most optimal Pokemon for speedrunning Gen 1. I just want to shout that out. And now we're actually going to kick it back with Lord Zia coming back. He's going to straight ignore his battery. Oh, what is 360 cooking? I am so terrified anytime 360 gets out of his Titan. No one's really getting out of their Titan. No one wants to mess around and find out. Oh! So that's what happened! That is cheeky! That is some sorcery. Alright. I know what they did. I know what they did now. That's cheeky. But on the back end, it's going to be 360. Unfortunately, already going down as Stealth has continued to complete advance. He's going to activate the laser core here. Try to see if he can find damage on the last two members. Vasco looked for the damage trade. And now Stealth is still just back here. He's still just chilling. As Zia and company are just fully surrounded and Swordcore comes out. Swordcore for Swordcore. But the thing is, a rotation on to Vasco will be able to find the kill for sure. Takes the eject, gonna get stuck. However, has not been spotted somehow. Zia, 1 HP and a dream. And that dream has actually gotten one for himself, but he's for sure gonna die. FaZe, no, survives somehow, but Stealth, oh, unfortunately doesn't get doomed, but and that's going to be 1 round 4.
Back, pilot.
Team the Cross-Eyed Crusaders. I am just in disbelief. That's what happened? That's what happened? Can we go back? That's cheap. Alright. Like, just to break character for a second. Alright, I've played some really messed up games, okay? I've been playing this one for 10 years. And the fact that you can do that, I think is so cheap. However, on the right side, they're gonna run into the Ronin duel. Zia versus Star. Star starts with a battle advantage. However, Zia evens it up real quick. But again, look at the positioning. They keep getting stuck together, unable, not really sure how they want to push out somewhere. Vasco's taking a decent amount of damage. Zia's gonna follow suit as well. And the problem is that, look at the life bars. Life bars are slowly but surely not in their favor. Stealth's coming all the way to the corner. He has a battery for himself as well. So he's gonna come back and contest the Ronin. Nice shot by 360 on a Behemoth. And the problem is that he's not gonna be able to build that flight core to be able to kill this Ion. Stealth is still here, still almost full health. And look at how the push out has been against Team Borderline Throwing. Stealth is going to walk into multiple members, but look at him, no fear. He has a ton of health to give. He's going to find a laser shot on the Vasco. He's probably super close to laser core. Hover into mid from the North Star. It's going to be force Vasco up into the... Actually going to force Lord Zia up into the air. And now it's just 360 by himself. 360 going to get hunted down by the Sword Core. Going to try to find the rip. Flight Core, not in time. Laser Core is going to come out, and Laser Core will seal the deal. I'm sorry.
Half time.
Did I read that correctly? Alright. You mean to tell me
Transfer to pilot.
that they found a way to do that? No. So you mean to tell me you can't pull back? Oh.
We're taking a beating. Come on, we can
I'm
still-
curious. Well, we're gonna find out right now. Lord Zia's gonna go pull his battery on the left side, I imagine. It's a do or die for the opposing team. One of the Titans has gone out to go pull their battery. Oh no! Lord Zia tried to start. He killed himself on the battery. Too much. Oh my god! You know what? Yeah, there's only one way this set really could end, huh? How am I supposed to compensate that, man? Like, oh my god. Well, Zia's dead. Vasco is gonna try his best to defend the Titan for dear life. 360 is already doomed. He's taken out as well. Vasco, the last Titan stand. Laser core has been activated. And, well, just like the name says, Team Borderline Throwing, actually throwing.
Get out of there now.
And that's gonna be a 3-0 victory for for Cross-Side Crusaders, and they'll move on. I Ladies and gentlemen, the softball giveth and the softball taketh away. Oh my god. You know, oh my goodness gracious. I can't believe it. What? What is going on? I've got. I mean, LSD avoid. I'm just gonna go over there, man. Like I. Oh my god, dude. All right. Well, I mean, LSD got me with the next lobby invite. We're just gonna go straight here. I appreciate it. I guess. Unfortunately, something I have to commentate and say is that Lord Zia, unfortunately, killed himself with a softball. Apparently, you can store softballs in between rounds. I don't know how, and I don't know why it works. I just know that apparently it works. As I got to see some stuff that I have never seen before 10 years into the game. Insane. Oh my god. They were cooking with gas! And while they got one and cooked up a masterpiece, Zia unfortunately burns down the kitchen. I don't know. I don't know what's worse. I don't know what's worse. Either Zia facing into somebody or him killing himself with a softball. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, alright, there's one thing that running a little bit of frontier defense has taught me is that when you use the AWOL, you need to stand slightly behind it, which I don't even know how what they were doing works. Okay, for all I know, I could just be talking out of, out of no experience, right? But you know, that just happened. If you would have told me in 2026 I would have watched someone kill themselves with a softball and then been in utter disbelief, I would have said you're lying. But here we are, Titanfall 2. Anything that can happen might just happen. What a beautiful game. I mean, yes, really, but also not really. Oh my god. No, I don't. Thank you for stating that. I don't know how easy it is to do any of that because y'all are dabbling in some forbidden magic. Y'all are cooking, and I don't know what the recipe is. Because playing the game normally is overrated, and I respect it. I'm just here to commentate and here to see what happens and try my best to tell the audience what happened. And what I can tell them what happened was that Lord Zia killed himself with a softball in 2026. Like, are we for real? That is something that just happened. Absolutely wild. Like, we got time. We don't need to move on from this either. We can keep talking about it. Picks and bans are happening right now as we got Game 2 coming up. Again, shoutouts to Team Cross-Eyed Crusaders for winning. They'll move on. Now they're going to fight Team Invictus. Team Invictus don't really need much introduction. But of course, just to introduce them anyway. Stasis Devolved, not Noah V2, OG Xbox player. Been around for the block for a minute. We got Pine Raven, one of the rapidly advancing PC players. He's been putting in some solid work for himself so far. And to round that out, we got LSD, one of the finest in the business currently. And he's also been around for a minute as well. Comes from, I believe, from the PS4 side of things. It's a really interesting impressive cultures we got going on. We got one Xbox player, one PS4 player, one PC player, and with their power combined, they'll be Team Invictus. I still can't believe that just happened. I'm still thinking about it. I'm in disbelief. I'm not saying what you did was like, oh my god, how dare you, just I'm in disbelief that that's what we're doing. I mean, I let him cook. Y'all here for? I mean, honestly. See, look, it's not super good and risky. Here for a tap for the win. I mean, hey, man. I'll be real with you, 360. I am entertained. God, I am in fact entertained. I am entertained. I will say it. I've never seen it, dude. Like, what am I gonna say to that? You know what I mean? Like just. Like, what a way to start. I just want to say, what a way to start our 3v3. Like, what a way. Oh my god. Hey. Like, y'all need to get further in the bracket so that we can see more. Like, I'm just saying. Funbuzz, you would say that. Oh man. Okay. All right. I'm gonna try to recover from what happened. All right. All right. No, it's still funny. I guess. Yet. Oh my god, bro! I feel like I'm gonna cry just from thinking about. Oh my god, what are we doing? Cat. Oh jeez. Yes, Funbus. They got someone with it. Alrighty, so back to our regularly scheduled program. We're gonna have Team Invictus going up against the Cross-Eyed Crusaders. And ooh, the first map already selected. Thankfully, picks and bans happened pretty quick while we were having that conversation about what just happened in the previous game. And now we're going to war games. War games is slowly but surely, at least for me, when I was playing last, it's becoming one of my more least favorite maps. I feel like engaging around the mid area is a little awkward, and it's very easy to find yourself bunched up, as well as one team has a side advantage with the initial fastball, which can, however, be contested. So it's going to be a little bit difficult once the far archway battery's been pulled. As well as the map control with 3 Titans, I find is actually a little bit convoluted, let's say. Being able to contest all 3 batteries upon a respawn if the fight has gone long becomes a bit more committal with 3 rather than 2, as with the 2, 1 Titan can easily rotate over. Whereas with the 3 Titans, it's more than likely that someone is going to be isolated out. But here we go. Set 2, game 1. We're going to be on Team Invictus' side of spectating. And we're going to see what they have to bring against the cross-eyed Crusaders. LSD going to take the Ion. It's going to be Pine Raven on the North Star with Nova actually taking the Ronin. Mid battery is being seized right now as LSD is going to take the fight versus Jim Bobby. And LSD is overall going to lose that health trade. And it's going to be Pine Raven in a bit of an awkward spot. Nice shot onto the North Star, good recognition, but the problem is that... Actually, no, not much of a problem so far. Actually, no, the problem is actually he will be able to get contested on. Pine Raven immediately doomed. Stasis taking the fight. Huge shot onto the enemy Ronin. As Stasis, he's going to greet. He's not going to eject. He's always been like this. Actually finds huge value. High risk, high reward. Behemoth thinks he's left, but actually, no. Behemoth will go up into the air. Pine tries to find run. Pine has to take an eject. Stasis is doomed to stay came up huge with his sword core. However, look at Jim Bobby. Jim Bobby is super healthy. Oh, LST not able to find a lead shot into the pilot. Nova's going to have to take an eject or disembark relatively soon, and the disembark will happen. His pilot actually is going to continue to survive. And actually, Nova will lose to Behemoth. And now it's just LSD by himself. LSD's going to try to probably pull this far right battery. Can't find the pilot. Oh, the pilot actually has LOS onto him. Now he can't pull this battery. Stealth has got on another battery for himself, and now he has Laser Score, so it's only a matter of time until LSD dies. Laser Score comes out, and LSD forced to take an eject. However, his pilot hasn't died, but it will go down to Star. And they will take the first round. Alright, Nova's still gonna rock the Ronin. Pine gonna be on the North Star. That time around, Pine got caught in a really awkward spot. Nice shot on a Behemoth. Behemoth's just gonna hard book it to see if he can find the pilot. And Nova survived somehow! He thankfully was able to get the invul frames of embarking just past the cluster. Behemoth is already less than a bar. Matter of fact, Behemoth should get doomed here. Pine not gonna be able to find it. However, the fight in mid now comes towards Nova being able to do a ton of damage. Nova's just trying to hard ingress past Jim Bobby, trying to see if he can force his way to get that doom. And Star's just going to go straight down. Did it sword block the Arcwave? Now Sword Core's been activated. Ion goes down as well. And on the back end, it's going to be Behemoth as well who has died. And a decisive team play win for Team Invictus.
Half time.
I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Nova is a very high-risk, high-reward kind of player. Thankfully, he got the battery early twice, so he was able to leverage his aggression with the fact that he has shields and health to work with. But case in point of how plain aggressive Nova is, Nova tried to barrel past Bobby to see if he can get the Doom onto the Ronin. Wasn't able to find it, but was actually able to find the follow-up kill with the arc wave, and his teammates combining. As now the battery's being pulled. LSD tries to find it. Actually, now LSD on the Ronin. It's going to be Nova on the Monarch. Nova does get the battery for himself. That's going to be a good amount of damage he's taken. However, now Nova has to be the one to play aggressive onto this Ion. He will, but the problem is that he's not going to be able to continue his aggression on the one side of this here. LSD finds a good amount of damage onto Star. A nice amount of damage, actually. Gets him down to half at the cost of his shields, puts a little bit of health. Tripwire's in the way. Phase. He actually just decides to phase in. LSD plays offense perfectly, or he will get doomed. And LSD is going to get doomed. Star does find it. All that health he had initially already down the drain. Arquist comes out, and LSD, while he's running over with a sword core, nobody is really contesting him. Nova is doomed. LSD gets ripped. Nova hasn't taken eject. That's 2 members down already, and now it's just Pine left on the Ion. Pine has the Entangle Kit to his name. He's less than a bar. Matter of fact, Jim Bobby's probably just going to advance up the lane. There he is. He's going to try to get the kill. No, Jim Bobby will not melee. He'll hold his melee, which I think is smart, and he'll get the rip, and that's another round for the Cross-Eyed Crusaders.
Mind control initiated. Focus. Plan. Attack.
I think it's kind of interesting that
They aren't winning by
Noah
much.
tried to take the. Oh, that's right. Thankfully, don't worry. We still have the fix to this, so we're still here. We are still here. It's gonna be Nova trying to find a goose. Unfortunately, not able to find it. LSD successfully enters his Ronin, and now he has the mid battery for himself. Mine is here. He sees an heavy Ronin for himself. That's gonna be all of LSD's ammo. So he has to take a second to reload and has to back off. Pine has to be careful because Pine could be the target, and Pine is the target! He's walked up too far! He wasn't aware of the Ronin's positioning! And now he's gonna lose a ton of health. Matter of fact, he's gonna get doomed, and he's gonna get ripped as well! No! Eject coming up from Pine! Raven is gonna cost him huge! Stacy's trying to circle around the corner for the shot, isn't able to find it. He's trying to hit the fight versus Behemoth, and on the back end, there's a Sword Corp waiting for him! Has to take an eject for sure. Actually doesn't somehow greed. This is the greed they talk about in the Bible. How is he still alive? Sword core for sword core. LSD gets doomed. LSD also gonna not each. Actually, Nova dies in the background. He does, and because he dies, LSD is forced to just continue fighting, and he's gonna go down as well. That's gonna be 1 game for the Cross-Eyed Crusaders. Wait, what is happening? Okay, that is not something I thought I was gonna read in the chat. I hope. What? I hope he's okay. This is a wild 3-3. Like, what did I walk into, dude? I worked like almost 60 hours for this. What is going on? I know that I know that the text chat is. The text chat is something. Well, we're gonna go straight to game 2. Right now, Invictus needs to get it together because, honestly, they're kind of making a lot of amateur mistakes. I'm just gonna say it straight up. Because, whatchamacallit. Pine walking too far up.
Good to have you back.
With no assistance from his Ronin. Got the body block coming up from, the opposing Ronin was phenomenal. He goes down. Novic's too busy trying to take the 1v1 over to the North Star. Of course, he's gonna go down as well. And somebody forgot to spectate. Oof. You hate to see this. I have no idea what's going on. This is a wild tournament. Honestly, I'm just kind of here for the vibes. Here to bring y'all more Titanfall 2 action as we, you know, continue our 3v3 LTS tournament. We've got Game 2, Set 2. Team Cross-Side Crusaders are up 1-0 over Team Invictus. If they win this map of Boomtown, they will go on to the winners' finals. Right now, it's going to be Jim Bobby taking up the Ion on the right side. It's going to be Star with the Ronin. It's going to be Behemoth on the North Star. Hover shot, LSD, and Ion spotted. Nice shot onto the Ion, actually. Surprised LSD spent that arc wave. No Star isn't really going to push up that ramp by herself. Star is able to get the battery, no problem. And it sounds like a Legion is on the right side. It's going to be Nova taking the 1v1 versus the Ion. And Stealth has the laser core. He's going to be able to find Nova. Thankfully he does, and they're going to trade 1-for-1 Ion for Legion. Pilot fight goes the way of Stealth for sure. Nova not able to find it. LSD, a very healthy Ronin. There's going to be an Ion coming around his way. As will be Behemoth that able to find the shot. Gets the Doom onto the Ion. Ion is doomed. And now Star, look at him. Very healthy. Nice shot! However, it does eat a laser for his trouble. A very good block on the tripwire. Double Strider. However, Pine is now doomed. Pine is going to have to take an eject here. Pine smartly does take an eject, and now it's LSG by himself. He has a pilot to help him. Lots of unblocked damage. Great movement from LSD to avoid all sorts of returning fire. Pine gonna die because the Sword Core swing does actually have an extended hitbox and will be able to reach that pilot on the roof, no problem. Behemoth is gonna run away from LSD's Sword Core, and LSD's Sword Core is gonna run out just about now. Now the question is, Behemoth, how good's your runaway? Nice arc wave coming out from LSD. He's gonna have to find this North Star. Instead, no, he's just gonna chase the Ronin. He gets the arc wave onto the Ronin, and actually finds the rip as well. However, this puts Behemoth in a spot where he can get the battery and not get doomed. Thankfully, he'll be able to do just that. And I'm not sure how much health LSD has. LSD is just gonna full aggress into the North Star. The North Star's flight core, not gonna be able to find any damage with it, however, because of the bridge. Face forward, LSD is still playing aggressively. Instead of trying to play for the draw, I'm trying to play patient. Ooh, that's a crucial shot. That's another crucial shot. He's doomed. Nearly, jeez, I can't believe it. Doom for doom. Both Titans are doomed. And now the Striders are going to opt to just disengage. And now we're just going to play for the draw, I'd imagine. LSG is pulling a battery. Does Behemoth find the shot? No, he can't find it. Oh, he was just barely off, too. LSG with a Sword Core. He's going to try to Sword Core in towards Behemoth. One arc wave misses. Other arc wave misses as well. Why did he hover? He might actually die for that. He will die for the hover. I don't know why he tried to hover. He could have actually tried to turn the fight onto LSD because now he has no options to potentially rip the Ronin that's all in him. Well, regardless, Invictus are going to find the first round. It was a little scrambly, but they do find it. Nova takes the 1v1 onto Jim Bobby. Jim Bobby is punished by LSD for being out of position. And while things do get a little awkward, LSD does make the clutch. And he'll actually get it. Pine trades the laser, and on his end is able to defend his Ronin to get the battery. Nice shot from Behemoth. Find another good shot on the Pine. No, unfortunately, just barely off the mark. Star will get the battery, no problem. This time around, Jim Bobby is going to play towards his mid position. Nice shot on the Pine. One of the things I've noticed with Pine, a bit of a problem with him as a player, is that he doesn't vortex enough. I'll say that again as he eats another laser shot for his trouble. It's going to be Stasis on the Monarch. They're just going to hard aggro up mid. Now Pine's the target. Pine has to be careful how to defend himself. However, Star, he doesn't have a lead wall, and he needs to take a reload so bad. Stasis is gonna come and full in aggress onto him. Stealth has the laser core again. Stealth takes the laser core eject. Sword core incoming. And however, Star is getting a ton of work done for his team, trying to bring them back in. Nova goes down. Laser core in the back as well. Star is still alive. And on the back end, it's gonna be, I think Pine just died. Behemoth has to take up into the air. 2 pilots. However, 4 Star. Star is going to continue to survive. No sword block. I am so surprised he's still alive. LSG is going to try to find him. LSG is going to look for the all-in arc wave. Doesn't kill him. He's going to take the reload. He's going to turn all in for the rip. No! LSD will crawl from tooth and nail. How did that lead wall hit? How did that lead wall hit?
Half time.
How? How did he not phase into? I have so many.
Controls are handed to you, pilot.
How did he? How did he not phase into him? How did that lead wall hit? I am wow, insanity. There's so much insanity going on. Despite the fact that Star has 2 pilots to work with, he's not successfully able to disengage away from LSD and all the chaos. And LSD gets the all-in and gets another huge clutch for his team. Star tries to get out for battery, but the battery is clustered. Thankfully, no threats are approaching his location. Pine trying to look for it as well now, but it seems that the Ronin will successfully get the battery. Nice shot from Behemoth. Does find good shot onto Pine there. Behemoth stuck on this left side. Titan close by? No, no one is going to be able to contest him. Ooh, that's a huge amount of damage that Star just took for standing in mid just a little bit too long. As both of the Titans are playing a little slow, but instead, no, Pine's going to lead the aggression with his team. Thankfully, the tripwire doesn't hit the Ronin as well, as Star is already less than a bar. Stasis is doomed. That's a good pickup for Star. However, does trade dooms as well. LSD is here. Sword Core's been activated to mitigate damage. Tries to find the all-in damage on LSD. LSD is going to hold his ground comfortably. Nice arc wave bait! He will get the kill. Pine finds the laser core on the Jim Bobby, and on the back end, Behemoth does go down with the Sword Core, and Nova, as Invictus will make a decisive 3-0 victory and even up the game count. Oh my god, they frame once they give us scratch sheet. Oh my god, we really are locking in Crash Light. We are committing to the chaos, and the one map where there is the most chaos is gonna be Crash Light for our final game of Winter Semis. So who's gonna take it? Will it be Team Invictus or is the Cross-Eyes Crusaders gonna find themselves another win to get into the winners finals? I am not sure who the Scorch player would be from the Cross-Eyed Crusaders. I know on the opposite side of Invictus, it's going to be probably Nova on the Scorch, I'd imagine. Or Nova might just outright just pick the Legion instead. But here we go. LSD has Turbo Engine on is a really interesting strategy. Probably wants to get up the hill faster, but he has the good side in that he won't have access to the Overcore. Or just been selected on one side. However, not on the other, as the Legion is here. Pine gonna try to force here, but however, the Scorch is gonna come up relatively soon. Star is taking a ton of damage. Matter of fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Star is already doomed. Nice tripwires as well. Nova's been forced out. Behemoth is on the Scorch. Star's been forced all the way down the hill. LSD is a really awkward spot. He unfortunately, while he has a turbo engine, he doesn't have the Sword Core available to him just yet. Pine went all the way in, and he finds the rip onto another member. Matter of fact, he's also laser coring the Scorch. Scorch Lamb Core coming, but thankfully Pine snuffs it out just in time before his demise.
Pilot, it is good to have you back.
So I wonder now, if with LSD knowing that he has the good side, is he still going to take the turbo engine, or he's going to opt to take this turbo? This turbo pick, I imagine, is to make sure that he can slow down the enemy team immediately. But no, he does have the good side. He's going to go back to Overcore. So the plan is actually to take turbo to try to meet the opposing Ronin up top as soon as possible for positioning, but it won't give him the Sword Core. It's all for positioning, that's what I imagine. Been seen. Laser shot's been hit on the LSD. That's gonna hurt a little bit, but his team has a ton of positioning over the enemy team. Arc wave's been used. Melee's come out. Shots onto Stars. Huge. Nice point blank crit as well. That's a ton of damage. Star just took. Unfortunate miss on the laser, but the hill has been seized. However, Nova is 1000% gonna go down here. Has taken eject. Nova will not eject. Instead, he will just outright die. LSD, I think, accidentally took an eject. And that's going to be a bad side round win for the Cross-Eyed Crusaders. I'm not sure why LSD ejected. I am not sure if he was super low on health. I didn't have time to see his health bar. But there was no Titans around him. I don't think there was any Titans around him. I believe all the Titans were in front of Pine. I am just not 100% sure what that eject was about. However, what I do know is that Team Invictus is now going to get stuck on this bad side. And LSD and company, they're going to go towards the bottom. They're just going to opt to fast pull the battery, just guarantee themselves a battery, and no Scorch will be selected. Pine's now going to be on the North Star, as will be stationed on the Ion. LSD is just going to go all the way in, going to try to find some free damage onto the backside of Behemoth, and they do find a good amount of damage, but the problem is that now they're stuck playing bottom hill. And they don't... I'm not sure if they do have the health advantage, depending on how this engagement specifically went. Especially with Pine... Actually, no, Pine didn't take as much damage as I thought. LSD and company do have the health advantage with the fact that they got a decent amount. They actually got a little bit more damage on the Behemoth than I initially realized. It sounds to be up to the enemy team to opt to push down here. However, seizing bottom area, if your team knows what to do, is actually not that difficult of a call. Saints is going to have to back up from Jim Bobby, as Jim Bobby will comfortably hold the ship. If anything, Jim Bobby could actually rotate all the way around. But no, instead he's going to continue to hold the ship area. Pine has to be careful because if he peeks wrong against this North Star or Ion, he will get chipped down. LSD is going to find himself another battery, and the topside battery will be seized as well. Unfortunately, LSD misses the battery. That might cost him a little bit of time, but it should not be the end of the world. Pine's coming around the corner. Opts to slow peek his area. Is already holding comfortably. Has to be careful of anything. Nothing has happened just yet. Instead, the siege might be coming down this ship area. Pine Raven has the flight core. Sword core's been activated. Jim Bobby goes down on the back end. Circle onto the Ronin is a little messy, but will get the job done. And that's going to be 2 down. Now just Behemoth, the lone Legion. And Behemoth is going to be the last one to fall. No questions asked. Invictus! They'll take the 2-1. Also, just because you're here, Joker, hi.
Transferring controls to pilot.
And
Come
now,
on, let's leave them in the dust.
Invictus have taken... They're sitting on set point. And they're going to go back to going bottom. Yo, I can't believe I said the name and I was like, hey, yo. But anyway, the adjustment's been made. The enemy team knows they're here, but Behemoth is kind of stuck on the back end. Nova's going to go all in. He's going to get jumped on by the Ronin and multiple members for sure. Behemoth, however, thankfully LSD is here to support him. And LSD gets 1 already. Swordcore onto Behemoth. Behemoth's taking an early eject, and now only 1 lone Ronin remains. Pine's going to faithfully take his eject, and the Swordcore from LSD has to be the deciding factor here. But his Swordcore ran out. There's a Swordcore coming onto him. Doom is good. Find the rip. No, he doesn't, but thankfully the cleanup is good. As all the pilots were eliminated. And Team Invictus will advance towards the winners finals. Yeah, I didn't forget about you, Joker. Don't worry about it. Even though it's probably been like, what, like 7 years? Word. Yeah, I'm specking y'all next, so you can send me an invite. Because I imagine y'all are sitting in winners finals, correct? So we're just gonna do the usual, run through winners, and then, of course, if you're in losers, please play in matches. Don't even wait on me. Just play them so we can get the tournament run smoothly, because we already know we're going to be here for a few hours. That's how it be. That is a name. Okay. Alright, so thankfully, we don't got much downtime. I'm going to keep things going with this Titanfall 2 action. We've got Team Ga. Team Ga, of course, have been around for a little bit of time now. And now of course, we've got 3 of their members. We've got Funbus, one of the longest standing ions from Xbox. Camp, of course, widely considered to be one of the best Ronins in the game currently. And round it all out, we have a Bernadotte. I'd imagine in the 3v3 format, it's probably going to be... I don't really think this team has a... I'm not sure how good a Bernadotte's North Star is. I heard that he had to play it today, but I'm not sure how good it is. But I'd imagine the team comp is going to be more than likely going to be a bit more aggressive. Going to be the Entitled Ion for Funbus, his tried and true. Ronin for Camp, and of course rounding it out going to be the Bernadotte Legion. So it's going to be another very aggressive matchup we're going to have coming up. Yeah, have you ever played Titanfall 2 with $120 on the line? Welcome. 3v3 LTS on PC, baby. Ban X. Man, why does everyone hate Exoplanet? Why am I the person who is an Exo enjoyer? Nah, Exo was love. Exo was life. I love Exo. Alright, I promise I'll make the last tournament of VOD Publix and you can see me play Exo. Alright, my bad. My bad, y'all. I just work a lot. Yo, the THNM reunion in my Twitch chat goes crazy. That is crazy. We're all just migrating to PC. That is what's going on. Right now, we got a minute. Teams are deciding picks and bans. Just a friendly reminder, this is the winners finals of this tournament. Winners finals is still 2 out of 3. Said it before, said it 1,000 times, and I'll keep saying it. Only grand finals, 3 out of 5. So one team is going to advance all the way to the grand finale. The other team will drop down on losers finals, and we'll spectate our way all the way up to see who their opponent is. Camp, of course, has had a long time running curse about trying to win winners finals, as I believe it's only been one singular time he's actually overcome it and also won the tournament. So we're going to see if that curse is still in play for himself, as of course, this is a tried and true matchup, Invictus versus Team Ga. Last time around, Team Invictus took it over Team Ga in the 4v4, so we're going to see if they can make it happen in the 3v3. Alright. Right, I should be on that side. Alrighty. Don't mind me, just handling something real quick. Alright. We had some moments crazy, now we're taking a second. We're dialing it down a little bit. You know, we're descending right now. You know, trying to see where this a bit more level-headed Titanfall 2 play, as I can only describe those first 2 sets as utter chaos. Zia, if you're still listening, why'd you die to a softball? I'm still on about it. I'm not letting it go. But you know, it's not for me to decide. I'm just the commentator and the spectator. And now we're getting into our map selection. We've got 4 maps left on the screen. We've got Crash Site, Angel City, Glitch, and War Games. last time we saw Team Invictus pick the War Games, if I'm not mistaken, which didn't end too well for them. So was the call to go straight back there, or would they actually take the AC or glitch for themselves? I believe in the last time they played Team Go, they actually did beat them on the Angel City map, which was the final game of the last 4v4 tournament. So they've seen success on AC. I don't remember exactly what other maps were played during that set, I should say. Alright, ready? Oh, Crash Light has been selected to me. I think this is actually a great great selection for Team Invictus, given the fact that they have the bit more of the aggressive team. Ready? Both teams are finally ready. I imagine that Bernadotte's probably going to play the Scorch here. I know Bernadotte does have a back pocket Scorch. Out of that, or they just keep running the Tried and True Ion, Legion, Ronin composition. A bit more of a hyper-aggressive team. Out of that, or we could see the Scorch duel up top. We saw Stasis actually. Stasis not opted to pick the Scorch, I believe. The entirety of last set, it said just relied on his Tried and True Legion for himself. Opted not to scramble with another thermal shield. I think is actually an optimal decision. But Scorch has seen a ton of competitive success here. And I believe since we're still in the same lobby, it's going to be Invictus with the good side first, if I'm not mistaken. As, yes, it will be Team Ga having to fight uphill, but they're actually going to go play the bottom. And they're going to send Northstar towards the top of the hill. There was a Northstar on Crash Site? Okay, I'm not sure what the plan is. Cluster lineup is good. Cluster lineup does not get the pilot, unfortunately. He got some hit markers, so he got some damage onto the Titan, but wasn't able to find the kill onto the pilot. Now they're going to play this bottom strategy. I guess this is a new innovative strategy, but the problem is that you're playing bottom on Crash Site. Camp, however, more than patient enough. What movement was that? Oh, I've never seen that before. I didn't even know you could go up there. Unfortunately, speaking of geometry and movement, Camp not able to get the arc wave onto LSD to support his disengage, and that's going to be a nice 2-man arc wave for LSD. The game is now slowed down. I believe both teams might just have no, it is a Legion. It was just a reflected shot coming out from the Northstar. Bernadette is going to go take this left side, but the problem is that if he gets caught in this hallway, he will outright just die. Thankfully, nobody is here. Instead, the Ronins are going to opt to hold. And however, he's pinged himself, so everyone now knows he's on this side. And it's going to be Nova starting to come up through the shipway. Camp going to go push up and try to fight. The battery is going to be up, but the problem is that Nova's waiting in the ship, and I don't think they know. Camp's going to... No, Camp heard. Camp heard him. Camp sees Nova! Nova's been spotted! There's a Legion right there, and now the aggression comes in from the enemy team. Sword Core's been activated. On the damn, no, but unfortunately not able to bank on getting out of the way. Both Titans now stuck in this hallway. As I stated before, you are now playing the bottom. You have the positional disadvantage. The siege on the battery is going to be good. Nova will find that for himself and keep himself in the game. Fun Bus is a Doom Bar, and again, Bernadotte's a Northstar. There's not really a whole lot he can do. Laser Core comes out as well. Gonna have to take an eject is Funbus. And now it's gonna be Burn stuck in the 1v3. Tries to find a shot on LSD, not able to find it. It is be careful of the Legion potentially walking down that hallway. Matter of fact, there's no reason for the Titans to engage him at this point. Funbus and company are just holding the back of the map, and Nova is still super healthy. Bernadette is still in the back end of his spawn. He gets the flight core and the double tethers, but nowhere to go. only a matter of time till the bird falls, and Power Shot will seal the deal with Pine Raven. We're seeing a lot more high-risk strategies, I think. Has been the recent optimization coming out for this 3v3 in particular. We saw some strategies earlier from Team Borderline Throwing, and now we're seeing a new strategy for this one where they try to do the cluster lineup, try to get the goose on the pilot, which of course if they got the goose on the pilot would have just outright won them around. But similar to the complex situation is that now you are playing North Star on Crash Site. And then of course you're also playing bottom. You essentially have a lot less angles to work with, you have less places to go. And, well, eventually you just get outpositioned and outmaneuvered. Camp, unfortunately, eats a decent amount of damage to his shields. Pine, at this time, is on the up and up, understands what Bernadotte is doing, and will get some damage onto him. And now, however, Camp is now the one that's taking fire from LSC. And now, Camp did perfectly body block, free perfect whip as well. The Ronin goes down. And it's Funbus and Bernadotte stuck on this ship side of Crash Site. They're going to have to be the ones to find the aggression. Nova and company, they can just hang out. Funbus is going to all-in aggress on Nova, but he is covered by multiple members. Actually, excuse me, only one member. Pine Raven is here. Pine Raven does find a good amount of damage onto Fun. And Bernadotte is going to be on North Star. Unfortunately, doesn't fire a cluster at the shield. Not going to be able to find the Doom onto Nova. As he will get the battery for himself. Fun all-ins with the laser core, which is good, but the problem is that I don't know how he survives this drone. He actually does smartly evade. The E-Smoke might do him in, but the E-Smoke ticks aren't enough. Marco has been activated. North Star goes down for sure. Bernadotte just caught in the open. However, Team Invictus, they don't have the good side anymore, so now they're going to have to find a win from the bad side. As we've seen time and time again, teams try this bottom strategy, and it keeps not working out.
Welcome back.
We're taking a beating. Come on, we can still win this.
Invictus right now with a 2-0 round score lead. However, this is only the first game of Winter Finals. Thankfully, Camp looked around. He didn't see anything come up through the bottom area. And nobody knows what cheeky plays this time. All the members are focused on looking up top. Nice shots onto LSD. Great damage roll by Camp, but Camp has to be very careful. Very nice disengage from him. Decides to go towards his teammate. Has to be careful of Nova. Nice block. Around the corner on the Pine. Pine gets two. Multi-man arc wave. Trades 1-for-1. Pine will, however, win out. And it's going to be a smoker coming out from Bernadotte. He'll win his fight against the Legion. The problem, however, is that he's stuck trying to do LSD. Oh, what a power shot coming up from Bernadotte. He's going to disengage. The Ronin is doomed. But the Ronin is getting a battery. And Nova, and that Sword Core incoming. Great shot coming out. Coming out from Bernadotte there. Another great shot as well from the pilot. Bird's going to take a greedy reload. He doesn't get doomed either. I'm so surprised he's able to get this reload off. Nice shot coming out from his pilot. Another shot, gonna seal the deal. Rip incoming! I can't believe! What do you mean he survived that? Bernadotte put down the gun and tried for the rip on his own! Oh no, if Bernadotte just kept shooting, he actually would have been able to get the round for his team, but LSD with another huge clutch! We'll take 3-0 on Crash Site. That was super unfortunate. Bernard put down the gun so he could punch LSD. But unfortunately, LSD misses the phase rip, and Bernard gets the melee. Jeez. Bernard tried to all in for the win and continue his team on a crash site, but now instead we're going to War Games. 1-0 is a set score with Invictus leading the way right now. But Team Ga is still in it. Okay. LSD on his tried and true. Pine on the Entangled Ion. And Nova as well on the Legion. Surprised to see Bernard. Oh, actually, no, the pilot is going to be just fine. He was a little late on the cluster. Surprised Bernard to see Bernard playing the North Star rather than playing a Legion of himself, or even the Tone, actually. As now Nova's just going to walk up this right side. He's been spotted, however. So now everyone knows exactly where he is. Cam playing patient versus LSD. Overall taking a good trade so far. Pine gonna dash all the way in. It's gonna be multiple members advancing on the Camp. Camp needs support because Camp is gonna take a ton of damage. Camp is gonna get doomed here for sure. Thankfully that melee whiffed, and now Camp will find a return doom, and suddenly the damage value has been evened up. Camp finds another doom as well. Pine goes up into the air. He's gonna try to snipe up Camp. Camp will get goosed, and now Nova is here, but he's already late to the party. The damage has been done. LSD literally 20% of a doom bar to his name. And now Stasis is the next to be lost. Caught reloading between two. Stasis having a vortex shield in his face. Fumbus gonna eat a power shot for himself. Marcor's been activated. Doom bar thankfully Fumbus himself doesn't get doomed. It's gonna be Stasis as a pilot, gonna have to find gonna be able to get a lot of work done. No, the tripwire timeout actually gets Stasis killed. And now LSD, he's got to make another phenomenal clutch, but I don't know if he's able to get this one, as he is a Doom Bar plus shield. He's going to find himself another battery to potentially get himself a Sword Core into play. Ooh, nice shot coming out from Bernard. And him having the Flight Core might just be the end of the game, honestly. I don't know how LSD is going to be able to find aggression into here. He's going to have to find a Doom on a Fumbus, and he's going to have to find a phenomenal Sword Core onto Bernard as well. Pine Raven is trying to help as a pilot. LSD can't hang out here. He's just taking free damage from the two Titans. And with no shields to work with, he's got a mountain to climb. Fumbus is doomed. That's good. But he walked back into walked back into the cluster he avoided. I am not sure what he thought. And LSD, understanding it's over, will take an eject. And that's a 1 round on the board for Team Ga. So that round, unfortunately, Stasis was a little late to the party. His flank didn't really work out. Forced to rotate all the way around. Because of that, Team Ga take the 2v3. Camp holds phenomenally, by the way, against two members, and because he's able to hold, able to find a ton of return for himself. Camp now here doing another similar dance. He actually baited that melee from LSD. I think he actually knew that melee was coming. Unfortunately, doesn't find the arc wave. Dash around the corner into aggression. Nice phase coming out from Camp. 2 melee is actually going to be great onto the shield. As Fumbus is wrapped around, and he has himself another battery. Pine is the one taking all the pain, as Pine is already half. And Nova is about to get involved into the mix. Nova's been arced in this hallway, so he's not going to be able to do a whole lot for a bit. Nova's been... Oh, nice arc wave by Camp to dissuade the aggression onto his North Star. However, Bernard's a little too close for comfort. Nova tried to go all in to get damage. But thankfully, he hasn't been hard punished just yet. Power shot incoming. Camp has the Sword Core. Cluster Missile plus shot 2. Nova is barely not doomed. LSD has to contest the Sword Core and Laser Core. That melee was bad for, bro! Camp takes an eject. Camp goes down. Funbust follow up with the goose, however, as now it's just Pine by himself, and Funbust will land the second shot. I put his team in a 2-0 lead.
Half time.
By the control initiated. Focus. Plan. Attack.
Camp's awareness in the mid-fight was insane. Bernadotte is way too close. And
Pull
thankfully,
together, 6-4. Regroup, team up, and give 'em
Camp hit a
fire.
nice lined up arc wave, was able to cover his North Star just for a little bit longer, and because of that, Nova is hard stuck and not able to get as much done as he wants. LSD takes a ton of block damage. As a matter of fact, he's gonna get hard collapsed on in mid. He's already less than a bar plus shields. Camp actually didn't even go for his battery. He just went straight for mid. And on the back end, Pine's gonna pull the battery for his North Star, but his North Star's already a bar plus shields. Look at how much damage both the Striders have taken. Camp, understanding, he has a ton of health, able to play a lot more rapidly, aggressively. Very nice coverage by Funbus. And now Camp is taking a ton, but Funbus is coming around that fight with full health. Dash across the pit with the North Star. Sword Core incoming in the mid. LSD still alive. LSD hits the pit dash. As look at the members, all three of them forced back into the mid. Arcwave poke for Doombar. Overall, I'd say worth it. As LSG's been forced to park. This is on the right side. Try to activate that laser shot, not be able to find much. Fight's fun, not be able to find the damage on the fun as well. LSD harassing Funbus. On the back end, Pine Raven's gotten doomed. Camp is around the corner. Camp has to take an eject here for sure. Camp is going to be a goose. No, he won't. Nice juke by the pilot. And now it's going to be Pine forced to take to the sky as he's going to go look for the Camp pilot. Stasis, the last Titan standing. Thankfully gets a battery for himself. But I'm not sure how much it's going to help him as he might be victim of the Funbus Classic. No, he won't. The laser core will deny. Eject from Burn. Phase will save his life, actually. Not for long, actually. And it will be a goose onto that pilot. Actually will keep Team Invictus into the game. 2 pilots to work with. 1 Funbus remains. But Fun, I think, is actually still relatively healthy. No, actually, he's about a bar. He's going to be less than that in a second here soon. 2 charge rifles rain down upon ye. And another battery has been seized for Nova. Thankfully, Nova's still alive as Funbus has already gotten doomed. Funbus is going to be now left to die by the 2 Scarabs flying around as pilots. Invictus keeping themselves alive, denying the game count tie-up. They're gonna make Team Ga work for it. LSD, he's gonna go towards this left side instead of going towards the right mid. Nice shot onto Bernadotte early. Camp already lurking in the wings in case LSD wants to pull this mid battery. Camp is here. Opt to phase out. That means that if no one's able to be here to contest this mid, either Camp has to take a ton of damage to watch it, or LSD can pull. Nice cheeky shot from LSD. Gets, oh, he got a ton of damage, but he himself ate a railgun crit. Pine is too close for comfort, but thankfully the aggression on a Camp is perfect. Camp forced it to the air for being not being able to disengage for himself. LSD's gonna get this battery, no questions asked. He gets doomed. Nice shot from Bernadotte. I am surprised that LSD is still alive, but he thankfully survives. Pine gonna go swing around to this left side. He's gonna be behind the flank of Team Ga. And it's gonna be the rip on the Nova's, onto Bernadotte. Bernadotte's gonna get taken out the game. Nice disembark from LSD. So even though Funbus got one, he's gonna eat a railgun for his trouble. Nice shot from Pine. Both Titans are going to collapse onto Funbus. Good box, but not enough to keep him alive. And now the round count has been tied up. Invictus might just advance to grand finals right here, right now.
Pilot mode online.
Final round of War Games coming right up. Team Ga has to win in order to extend the set. And Camp already on the up and up. Here to contest LSD's rotation. LSD used all his movement actually. He's out of phase, he's out of stuff. Camp actually doesn't opt to phase behind LSD, and because of that, he's stuck in an awkward spot. And on the back end, Pine Raven is already dead! I don't know what happened to him, but I was looking at this fight. Pine is already lost! It's a 2v3 now. LSD's gonna look for the battery, and he'll be able to get it, but the bat trade should go towards Ga's favor. Bernadette is just in mid, fighting Stasis's North Star, or Stasis's Ion, excuse me. I am surprised that he was just there and didn't get doomed for it. Sword Core's been activated onto Funbus. Funbus, no eject! He's already dead. Camp close to a Sword Core of his own, but the good news is that for Team God, they have the double Strider. They can play the patient game. The classic 2v2 combination. Camp is going to be the target here. He's going to go all in on a Nova, but he doesn't have noise support, so he's going to go down for sure. I'm not sure what the aggressive call was there from Camp, but his aggressive getting shut down means that Bird-Eye's able to get the battery. Bird-Eye misses the pick dash. Forced to take the hover, and the laser core will do him in. Team Invictus, reverse sweep War Games. And they go on to winners finals. So it's I think right now we're waiting for the Cross-Eyed Crusaders and a militia team Alpha 6 to finish their game, in which whoever wins that goes on to fight Team Final Boss, if I'm not mistaken. Well, ladies and gentlemen, just to explain, we have a little bit of downtime. We've got a little bit of downtime until our next game. As right now, we're waiting for one of the other loser matches to finish up, and then we're going to get started with our loser semis into losers finals into the grand finale. So we've still got more crazy 3v3 actually coming up, because it's been an absolutely wild tournament. What up, Wild? Nah, dude, this is the Apex Legends prequel. Alright? We don't associate with Highguard. I don't know what that game is. It doesn't exist anymore. You know what's crazy to me? Think about it. Just take a second, think about it. You know what game is still playable right now? Titanfall 2 is still playable. I'm just saying. Why play the game you can't play anymore when you can play Titanfall 2? Well, maybe you re-download again? Nah, I mean, you always just play pause. I'm just saying. Holy, just what an absolutely wild 2 hours it's been. I gotta see people die to the softball. I gotta see someone kill themselves with a softball. I gotta see a hard scramble in mid. I gotta see a bubble sorted. There are so many wild things about this game. This 3v3 tournament has been insane so far. And it's not over yet. It's not over yet. Let me see who is on team final bars. I believe that's yeah, I figured that would be S Gamers team. Alright. Beauregard exists, bro. I've heard the name Beauregard in like forever. Whew. Yeah, this tournament has been it's been insane. Like the only word I can describe it as insane. It's been a crazy like what a 2026 year. I'm just saying, man. Like I mean, we're wilding out. I guess that's the theme of this tournament is that we are just wilding out. Chat, if you guys are in the chat, yeah, let me know what you think of this tournament so far. How's y'all's experience been? Are y'all not entertained? And Camp, if you're here, why'd you do that? What was the plan? Like, yeah, no North Star support. Man was like, I'm going in. I'm like, alright. You woke up today and found out that. Oh my god, bro. Camp's brother. I swear to God, your brother better not be playing Grand Blue with us. That's all I'm gonna say. Actually, no, he would be insane. I mean, as a FF14 player, yeah, he might be fine. Just to remind everybody again, of course, waiting between the match of Nightfire's team and Jim Bobby's team. Currently playing out their loser set. Should be almost finished. Like I said, I tell everybody who is in losers to just, run the matches. And once that's finished, we'll continue with the loser semis. Right now, one of the teams that's waiting is Team Final Boss. And we're waiting to see who their opponent shall be. If you're here, take a second, get some food, something to drink. Any day now. we're still waiting. Unfortunate. Oh wow. All right. Finally, we've got our results. Seems that Knight's team has advanced over the Cross-Eyed Crusaders. The Cross-Eyed Crusaders have been eliminated from the bracket. And now we're going to get our winner semis started and going. Currently waiting for an invitation as the lobby's going to be made. As it's going to be a mix of NA and EU, so more than likely going to have to change the server, pick New York servers so everybody can have a easier time connecting. I just want to say shout out to Titanfall 2 for still having a bunch of servers. Yeah, level 20, good stuff. Thank you for the invite, S-Gamer. And now I want to get locked in. We had enough downtime. We had a second. Now I can keep it going. With more LTS action. And honestly, for a 3v3 team, this seems like a pretty strong roster to have. S-Gamer's team is going to be made up of the following people. It's going to be S-Gamer, Caspi, and Sally. Sally, of course, I believe he's still. Yeah, I believe most of the ons nowadays run entangled for the a bit more aggressive play. I believe Sally is still running the ZPT for himself. One of the last standings of the old guard for Ion play, I should say. It's kind of crazy that ZPT is slowly being phased out in 2026, even though the kit is still really strong. And on the opposite, and of course, next to him is going to be S Gamer. S Gamer, one of the jack of all trades, always in a phenomenal position to support his teammates. Rounding them out, it's going to be Caspi, more than likely main boarding the Ronin. So it actually is a pretty strong team on the left side. On the right side, it's going to be the Team Militia, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not exactly sure what their full title is. But it will consist of Brandon Floyd being Nightfire. Juice going to be, I believe that is, I think that's a Burb. And then we have Ronan the Ronin. Actually, that's right. It's Snow. Right, it is Snow. So it's going to be Snow and Ronan the Ronin. So, full PC team on the right. Another mixed base team going to be on our left side. Now I think about it, yeah, it's another full mixed team on the left side. It's going to be S Gamer, of course, coming from the. Actually, no, it's going to be. I forget if Sally is from PS4 or Xbox. It's been a while. So no, S Gamer's from PS4. Gaspi's been on the PC side of things. And we're in a position to finally get our winners semis underway. Alright, here we go. Seems like all the players are in the lobby. We are going to be starting our picks in bands right now. I am not 100% sure what you take away from S Gamer's team. As these three, as I should say, S Gamer and Caspi mainly have a lot of team chemistry from playing around Benny for as long as they have. Wally, of course, is just going to be. I'd imagine he's just going to be on the Resident Island. Of course, he can also play the Legion. S Gamer, Jack of all trades, he can play the North Star. He can play the Legion. He can play the Ion for himself. So I'm kind of interested to see what will be the picks and bans coming out. The first ban is going to be War Games, following up by an Eden ban. I'm kind of, actually, I can actually see the Eden ban. I don't think S Gamer's roster really has a super dedicated North Star player. Of course, they can fill the pick, but it's not exactly something like the same vein as, let's say, like 360, for example, or when Benny plays the North Star, for example. Exoplanet gonna be the follow-up band. Nobody really liking Exo today, unfortunately. Huge fan of the map still. Complex has been protected. I actually like the complex protection from S Gamer Squad because they've shown that they're very strong on a map like Complex where they're allowed to play defensively and hold together. And I think giving Complex on a map where S Gamer and Caspi have a ton of team synergy working together will make their mid push and mid defense actually phenomenal. Colony is going to be the protection choice. Trying to secure a map, I think, for Ronan's North Star. Yes, the player's name is Ronan the Ronin, but I believe he plays mainly North Star. I actually think is a good call. Give him an ability to work around and have a bit more freedom on that map specifically is gonna probably give his team an edge on that map. The thing with Colony, however, that is still really scary is Caspi and Eskimer are still gonna be able to play the pilots really well. So it's kind of a double-edged sword in that regard. So Colony and Complex are protected. And Glitch is also banned as well. I actually do like the Glitch ban. Because like I said before, S Gamer and company, they're going to want to play a bit more defensively. And I imagine Knight's team is going to want to play a bit more active and aggressively. So taking away Glitch, a map where it's easier to hunker down in the back, I think is a good call, rather than having to play all the neutral. Yeah, Crash Knight is also banned. Alright, Boomtown is also taken out of rotation. So now there's only one more map that can be eliminated at this point. What will that map be? Dude, right? So that makes some bands take a bit. People take a second to decide on what they want to decide on. No, we are not going to Relic. No, we are not going to Rise. No, we're not going to Kodai. I mean, yeah, wait, they're just pressing buttons. We're still waiting. Hey, War Games has been taken out of the rotation. That means finally... Actually, no, there's still... Where is the rotation? Boomtown's banned. What? Yeah, Boomtown is banned. What? There you go, yeah. I was like, that ain't right. Okay, there we go. Alright. So now we finally got down to our 4 maps. Angel City, Colony, Complex, and Dry Dock is in rotation. I haven't seen any of the tips opted to select the Dry Dock yet. So I'm kind of wondering what the pick is going to be here. Complex going to be the first map selected for S Gamers team, and now we're finally going to get stuff rolling with our losers semifinals. Both one team has said that they are ready. Now we're just waiting for permission on the other. I thought we were going to get started immediately, but we are not getting started yet. So now we're getting started with our losers semis. Team 6 going up against Team Final Boss. And our first game is going to be Complex. The losers finals is going to be, I believe, Team Go. That's going to be waiting up there. And in grand finals, Team Invictus still sits comfortably on their winner's side. As I said earlier, Complex I think is going to be a really good map for S Gamer and Company, as Caspy and S Gamer have a ton of team synergy from playing all that long time with Benny. So them being able to play together on the mid push and the mid defense, I think is actually going to be overall very favorable for them. Caspy's going to pull the battery. He's going to get back in, no problem. S Gamer is just going to... He's going to walk up here, has 2 power shots to his name, and I'll bullets. Not going to be able to see much in mid. Sally! Rocking a ZPT, going to have to take the dome fight a little unfavorably. Skipper's going to walk up mid. He's actually going to sprint up mid. Not gun drawn at all. Bullets here. Power shot. 2 power shots have been used onto the opposing Ronin. Tries to find a double arc, not able to find it. Very nice save on the gun shield, and it's going to be Knight that has no gun shield of his own, and a ton of damage has been dealt to him. Gatsby's going to go all in on a nice sword core already. Knight is already doomed. Knight is going to be taken out of the game. Now their Ronin is also going to fall down as well. Sword creep anytime now. Skipper combining with that, and a smooth push up mid. A decisive victory for Team Final Boss.
Pilot, it is good to have you back.
Caspy taking up this battery pull for himself again. This Sally's going to take the dome side, and Skipper's going to take the mid. We're going to see a lot more standard Titanfall compared to the last 2 sets of... Or last few sets we've seen of absolute chaos. As Final Boss... Again, I'm very surprised that Final Boss is in the loser's bracket. I believe it was Team Go that sent them there. So they're going to try to play for their rematch next set. Caspi's already here. Bottom multiple members. That Legion is in long range mode, however, so that means that he's not going to be able to have the aggression on a Caspi. Caspi's going to be able to force his aggression onto him in a few seconds here. Actually doesn't look for it, a little bit late. Legion's still in long range mode. I am so surprised. Caspi doesn't opt to all in on him. Instead, opts to contest the Ronin, and now this Ronin and Legion are both in a terrible position. Power shot does land on to Caspi, which is good, but on the back end, the Ion 1v1 goes the way of Team Final Boss. 3 members in mid, power shot whiffs, unfortunately, but Eskimer with the follow-up, combining with Caspi, like I said, in the mid fight, and they will find another smooth for themselves. Look at the even kills, the even damage spread. Team Final Boss playing
Halftime.
pretty clean, honestly. Team 6 is going to have to find their way back in, as now they have lost the good side. They're going to be stuck on this bad side. Now they have to make the push up through the mid area.
You're bloody well destroying them. Keep it up, 6-4.
And now it's going to be Eskimer taking up the blue hallway to make sure that no one cheekily sneaks around that way. Of course, the Sally is going to take up this right side. He's going to come face to face with a Tone, it seems like. Unfortunately, Mr. was injured, but not much has been lost. Not much has happened so far either. Knight is just chilling in the back area, but the problem with chilling in this back area is that you are eventually going to lose to battery positioning. Longish power shot tries to find the mark. Unfortunately, fit that vertically a little too much. This Tone is actually hard losing this dome fight due to the fact that this Tone hasn't been able to find the aggression onto the Ion. Nice damage. Lots of stuff in that vortex! Thankfully, Knife Barrier does successfully evade, but there's a lot of pressure put onto the Ion in Dome. And look at this, the mid hole. In this position, you don't need to do anything. Their Ronin hasn't really done much either. Matter of fact, their Ronin just gonna lose their shields by, and hasn't. I don't think this Ronin has done any damage yet, and there has been no. He has no shields now. Now he's going to take the mid-fight onto Eskimer. Eskimer's just going to unload at him. Do a good amount of damage. Sally has already gotten one. And the aggression comes so late that Eskimer is eventually going to go down. Unfortunately, doesn't hit the power shot. And does get the rip, does Eskimer. But the Ronin straight rips. Caspi has a sword quarter himself. And on the opposite end, so does the opposing Ronin. But it doesn't amount to much due to the fact that on the back end, Sally has won his fight. And that's going to be a decisive 3-0 for Team Final Boss. I'm not 100% sure what the cafeteria hold was about. As, again, that's just a neglect of just outright battery control and just map control. Even with the Tone selection as well. The Tone selection, when you pick a Tone on that side specifically, you're trying to aggress on an Ion and just fight Ion, get the salvo core, and kill her. That is the plan. Playing passive versus Ion is not really going to net you anything. And even then, no one's really... We saw, like, how S-Gamer Company decided to handle the situation. They didn't opt to give up their favorable position. They poked people down for free. And, of course, the opposing Ronin, he didn't get to do much either. And sure, they traded legions, but Caspi is way healthier. So he's going to come up on top of that fight, no questions asked. As well as the fact with the Tone getting poked out so hard, Sally just has an easy cleanup for himself and is able to come back and help his team through mid, no problem. And now we're going to the other map, the other game. We're going to go to Angel City and see if Team 6 can turn it around. Crapshoot's gonna take this right side as the Ronin. Nightfire gonna take up the mid position. Early laser shot is good, as now he's spotted Caspi. Caspi's just gonna go all in for the aggression and end up rotating towards his teammate. Tried to find some damage, not able to find it. Juice gonna take the North Star 1v1. Juice has the threat optics on, interestingly enough. Unfortunately, misses the shot onto Escaper. And it's gonna be Nightfire getting punished for his positioning. And now it's gonna be Crapshoot here. Crapshoot not able to find the Juice. Tries to find an Arc Wave. Unfortunately, no shots left. Should have just taken a reload for himself, as now Crapshoot is in a position where he can die. It's going to be Juice taking the eject. Laser Core on to Knight, going to force him into the sky. Yeah, Nightfire is having some connection issues, it looks like. And it will be a cleanup for Team Final Bot. Right now, looking unstoppable. I'm not sure what adjustments Team 6 needs to make, but they're kind of struggling out here right now, I will say. Crapshoot going to take up this right side again. It's a little bit of a dubious side to take up, because the Ronin has to walk up this hallway against whatever is here, but thankfully nothing is here just yet. He's going to run on the Caspi in mid, and the fact that he's not here contesting mid means that Caspi gets to run this offense on him relatively for free. Can't Arc Wave him here, so he's out of ammo. Has to pick a side, will face towards his Legion. Instead, Caspi already on the body block. Arc Wave the Tripwire is a huge amount of damage he just lost. Caspi under no pressure at all, by the way. Crapshoot tried to go for a dash melee from a really far away angle, and Caspi's just gonna barrel past Knight because Knight has to reload, and gonna find the rip onto Crapshoot. Crapshoot's gonna go down already. Juice might be next to fall as well, as Knight is about to find himself in a world of hurt with the Sword Core. Sword Core swings come out, Nightfire forced into the air. Another round coming out for Final Boss, no questions asked. As they haven't even dropped a Titan yet.
Half time.
Controls are handed to you, Pilot.
Right now, Team 6, their backs are against the wall. They haven't been able to find a round yet. So they're going to have to find one right now if they want to continue in this bracket. Juice now has actually no, he's still on the North Star. Nice aim by Escaper at the end there. Crapshoot's going to take this mid area. He's a little late, however, so Caspi's going to have an easier time being able to hold. Nice shot from Escaper. Going to get a ton of free damage onto the opposing Ronin. Anchor in mid might come out. Anchor in mid does happen, but the problem is that it's so late already. It's going to be Sally the one that pulled the battery, and Knight is going to take his reload in front of 2. He's going to be down for a little bit, and Escaper already has the flight core. 2-man power shot is phenomenal, and Escaper has already won his 1v1. Shoot's going to come in. Escaper's going to go down, but Knight is for sure going to fall here, as he's been left alone. Instant Goose coming out from Caspi is huge! Now Crapshoot left all by himself to his own devices. He's trying to bait. He understands where the Ronin is, but he has to start finding aggression because he has a minute and 30 on the clock. And the batteries are going to come back up too. Ronin has no bullets. Oh, the laser shot does do the pilot. As Crapshoot now has to find his way in the 1-2. It's taking too long. The laser core's gonna come out. More shotgun shots on the dome is not what you want to see, and the sword core plus the ion combo. Will eliminate Team 6 from the bracket. So now we're going to go straight to Losers Finals. Losers Finals is still 2 out of 3. Said it once, said it for years, I'm going to say it again. Still 2 out of 3 on the Grand Finals, 3 out of 5. In Losers Finals, we're going to have Team Ga. If I'm not mistaken, is the team that's up into Losers? And let me go double check the bracket real quick. Alright, right now we're remaking the lobby. Getting off of New York, probably going to pick a server that's a bit more helpful at camp. Yep, Team Ga took it 2-0 earlier over Team Final Boss. And we're going to see how that ends up rectifying in this Losers Final set. Thank you for the invitation. Now we'll get our losers semis going. It is time. You know the drill already. Picks and bans. Run that again. Again, Team Ga earlier took it 2-0 over Team Final Boss, who I think is playing phenomenal. But the question is, can they do it again? Alrighty. So, Burnout's already decided to take liberty and ban Crash Site for his team on the follow-up. Eden is also banned. Of course, we're going to see a tried and true classic from the camp. He's probably going to ban the Exoplanet. And your next line is... ban Exo. Actually, wait a minute. They're protecting Master real quick. So, War Games is protected. I'm kind of wondering what the thought process is between protecting words. I'm not 100% sure what maps were won in the last 2-0 that was played between these two teams. Right now we're taking a second. S Gamer is AFK. Being that, give me a second stream. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. I like how 360 sent me a DO, said you should stream this, and it's clearly Makarov from MW3, and I don't know what's in it, and I don't think I should stream it. Because that could be anything. Alright. Hey. Angel City has been protected, which is a map that I believe S Gamer's team has seen success time and time again against Team Ga. Usually when it's person playing the Ion, but this time around it's gonna be Funbus, so it should be a bit different as we've seen Funbus just absolutely run at people and just try to hyper murder them the way he did Nova, I think, one of the tournaments a bit ago. Yep, so AC is also protected. And a banned dried exoplanet is still in rotation. Hold on a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's not the camp I know. What do we mean exoplanet is still in rotation? Alright, Complex is interestingly enough banned away. Ah, there it is. There's the EXO ban. It just came a lot later than I thought. I was hoping that Camp was actually gonna play EXO. I'd be like, yo, let's play EXO. Do it. Exo band, glitch band, and that should be the maps in rotation. Finally gonna get our losers finals started. As Team Gov, they're gonna have the map pick for themselves. Where do they want to go? Are they actually? You know, I'd imagine they're gonna pick the Boomtown. Either Boomtown or the map they protected, which would be the War Games. Which I'm not sure what the thought process behind the War Games protection is, but I'd imagine the map that they are just very comfortable with running, and it sure as heck will be the protected map of War Games. Immediately first choice locked in, no questions asked. Game 1 of Losers Finals finally about to begin between Team Ga and Team Final Boss. This is a run back. Team Final Boss went down 2-0 to Team Ga. So we're going to see, is this going to be a repeat, or will Team Final Boss get the run back and advance to the grand finals? War Games. I was talking about earlier how Bruno's been filling the Legion / Tone / whatever else pick for his team, but instead he's been filling the North Star recently. So we're going to see if that trend continues here. And it will continue to be that way. And it will look like it's going to be a mirror match. North Star, Ion, Ronan. A bit more of a defensively oriented team composition. As in mid is Burn, will land a charge shot. As Saliwale is uncontested to pick up this battery. Camp taking the fight versus Caspi. Caspi's already down a bar just through block. Trying to find some cheeky damage. Caspi still holding all of his cards. He's going to look for an arc wave on a Camp. But it doesn't seem like much is happening yet. Trying to find shots. Very nice shots onto Camp. Unfortunately, all of them are blocked. Caspi's here, still holding the fight versus Caspi. As now, Camp is allowed to just full aggress into Caspi, already less than a bar. All 4 shots expended. Camp coming around. Nice movement from Camp, by the way. S-Gamer is here, though, but phenomenal. Playing on a line of sight from the North Star. Good melee box. Doom for Doom on the Ronins. Camp so far slightly behind, actually, because of the teammate help. Caspi might try to look for an all-in. No, it's going to be a retreat from Camp. Both Ronins are doomed, and S-Gamer still full health. And it's going to be Bernadette, who's doomed, actually does get ripped by Sally. As Caspi continues to survive, that's a huge health advantage, or Titan advantage pickup that they just got. Cap's coming around the corner, and Funbus does get one, however. I think it's actually just Caspi taking the eject, and it is. Cap's going to try to look for aggression with the Sword Core. Funbus is going to try to take out Sally, but he's not close enough for the Laser Core. So unfortunate. Funbus trying to all in, not able to find it. Camp has to take an eject finally. Violet Goose on the mark. No, barely not. I'm surprised. But it's going to be another pilot eject coming out for Team Final Boss. They've got both their pilots in play. Sally is on top of the roof being a turret with the Spitfire. Camp is the pilot of choice. S-Gamer, full health plus shields! Oh my goodness. I don't know how Funbus is going to come back into this game against this North Star. Matter of fact, S-Gamer will just gladly take another battery for himself and guarantee himself a flight core. Camp has finally gone down. Funbus has literally no way he makes this comeback. There's 2 pilots. There's also a flight core North Star online with full health and shields. And they're just going to opt to wait him out. Funbus is pretty healthy, but the damage coming his way is not going to be enough, especially with 18 seconds left. Understands it's over, does take the eject. And that will be 1 round for Team Final Boss. go. Gamer taking up this left side. He's thinking about contesting the battery. He's already in a nice spot to potentially shoot Bernadette. No, thankfully Bernadette's opt to respect. Sally's gonna get this battery for free again. Actually, no, Funbus will come around. He'll do a good amount of damage. He got a bar, but he's low on energy, and he's not gonna have a kit in this Ion fight. Not until those shields are gone. Camp versus Caspi. Caspi overall winning the Ronin trade. Tried to find a melee, did Camp, but unfortunately not able to find it. And Bernadette, again, too close. All 4 shotgun shots have been used. Very nice melees coming out. Got the Doom on the Camp. Swordcore pop's a little questionable due to the fact that now he's not going to be able to find the rip like he wants. Nice bait on the melee. Phase. Try to arc wave. And getting a ton of work done is Caspi. Caspi going to get doomed here. Actually, barely not. Funbus is doomed. Can find the rip if he wants it. Phase rip. No dice. Caspi getting a ton of work done on the Ronin. And look at how healthy S-Gamer is. Bernadette is doomed. And Bernadette goes down as well. Final boss. Still running the train. Haven't dropped around so far.
Half time. We're doing great, team. They don't have a chance.
Right now, Team Final Boss looking absolutely unstoppable. Can Ga find a way to halt their momentum? Cap gonna go for the mid battery. He'll be able to get that bat, no questions asked. Again, I'm surprised to see Bernadette still playing the North Star. Shot. Actually, no, Bernadette's now on the Legion instead. It's going to be a completely different team dynamic. Melee! Ooh, I'm surprised Camp didn't die to phase there. 2 shotgun shots have been used. That's all he's got left. He tried to get out of 2-man arc with the Caspi, but unfortunately, he's going to eat a ton of damage. Unfortunately, not able to shimmer with that melee. Sarkor's online, however. Sarkor pop as well. Counter phase is good. Nice melee from Camp. Melee trades overall. Gonna be 1 for 1. Both Titans very low. Thankfully, Caspi still survives, but Funbus gets the rip on a Sally in the back end! Caspi 1 HP in a dream, but he has to be able to get out of this hallway. He will, but Camp's gonna chase him down! No eject! I can't believe he didn't opt to eject there because Camp was already in position to cut him off. Legion already here in mid, as now the offensive dynamic has shifted completely with the Legion pick. S-Gamer running away for dear life. He is a North Star by himself. Gonna try to pull the battery, but more than likely is gonna get doomed here. I imagine there's a pilot already ready in the wings. No, there isn't! S-Gamer still gonna be able to live to fight another day. Oh, he tried to triple dash at the Legion and punch him, but Bernadette was just too far away. We pressed hover in front of the Legion, which is unfortunate. Laser core just to add insult to injury.
Transferring controls to manual operation.
And that's going to put Team Ga on the board for 1 round. Cluster missile in mid. Potentially might make the Ion fleet. It might make the Ronin freak out when he's pulling the battery. Nice shot from S-Gamer. Actually, Camp not going to be able to pull the battery due to the fact that Saliwali is here to contest, meaning that Caspi now has a bat advantage over his opponents overall. Tries to find some lightning offense, but actually comes up, I think, slightly net negative, and Funbus is going to pull that battery on his side relatively for free. Funbus running the entangled energy, meaning that he's going to be able to get that laser core online potentially. Nice arc wave coming out from Camp. Try to arc wave the trips. Gonna rotate up to this far right. Saliwali gonna take point for his team. He's gonna be able to find good damage onto Bernadette. Now, Saliwali's gonna try to walk out. Thankfully, smartly walked out and walked in and walked back out for whatever damage he could get. Power shot's been used. Second power shot's also been used. Good damage onto Burn and Camp so far. Caspi, unfortunately, not able to find the damage. Been a little bit more than he could chew. Is forced up into the air. Sword Core has been activated. Legion barely not doomed. About to be doomed. Camp is just Camp just waited that whole time. I can't believe how patient Camp is as a player. And he got the melee swing he needed to get the doom onto Sally. But Sally has the turbo engine. He can dodge any desperate attempts at a phase rip, and Caspi is allowed to be a pilot. S-Gamer taking the fight versus Funbus. Funbus about to be victim of the Fun Classic. Camp has taken eject. Laser Core's been activated. Laser Core will bring down S-Gamer. Not able to take the eject there. Sally Wally literally on the edge of nothing. His Funbus will seal the deal, as now we're going to a final round on War Games.
The sword is yours, pilot.
S-Gamer's still going to rock the North Star. He's not going to switch to his tried and true Legion. They're going to try to keep this defensive comp going. Sally Wally going to be able to walk up the hallway. He sees Camp. Amp's going to eat a ton of free block damage. That block damage hurt a lot. And the bad side now is that his mid battery is actually going to go uncontested. Caspi could potentially pull if his Ion is here, but his Ion is actually not in position to help him anchor out. S-Gamer Company, they're just going to take up their side on the right. As this time around, there is no battery pull, and Bernadette is out of position against multiple members. He's going to take a ton of pain. That two-man tripwire definitely hurt as well. Mid-bat's getting pulled and seized. And thankfully, Camp actually does get the other battery. Bernadette might be the target. Very nice defensive maneuver from Bernadette with the power shot to knock the Ronin back away. But the question is, does he have enough in the tank to dissuade further aggression? Sword Core's been activated. Look at all the tripwires on the ground, man. Back end, Camp dies. I'm not sure what Camp died to, but Camp's dead. Funbus trying to punch for his life. He'll get the rip on a Casper, but even though he does, a member's going to be coming around the corner to kill him. No, not yet somehow. S-Gamer's going to pull the battery gear team, so I'm sure Sally Wiley's going to come around from the right side. Funbus still 10% due, but I don't think that battery's going to come up in time because of how late it was pulled by.
Amazing work. Way to stick it out. You earned that victory.
Yep, and Funbus knows the battery's not coming up in time. The game is over 1-0 for Team Final Boss. And now we're going to game 2. They have selected Colony.
Controls to manual operation.
And Colony is going to be the map of choice. And this time, we're running with Team God. They selected the double Atlas strategy. Problem is, S-Gamer is on the North Star, so it's going to be a little bit more of a harder time to seize this with a little bit of positional advantage. Burnout's going to be playing Tone. He has the Turbo Engine for himself for a bit more rotation and a bit more aggression if he wants it. Unfortunately, he places one a bit of an awkward spot. Now he's going to be able to push up as far as he wants. And now he's trying to push up, but he has no wall. And look at how much damage he's just eating from raw poke. Nice shot from S-Gamer. Gonna potentially get the Doom on this Tone relatively soon. Hasn't been able to find that much value as he's looking for. Doom on a Caspi is good, as well as the more than likely the push coming out from Burn is gonna be turned on. 2 sets of rockets go out. Tone goes up. Burnout already out of the... Oh my god, what a laser shot from Fumbus! Oh my goodness, that might have just won his team the game! Very nice block on the tripwire. Incoming Sword Core onto Sally. Sally is doomed. Can he line up the rip? No, he won't even go for it. He's trying to play his life and not get doomed, but actually does get doomed. I don't think there was enough value on that Sword Core, and thankfully S-Gamer misses that shot, which is huge. Honestly, if the battery comes up, they should give it to Funbus, as Funbus is now going to be the key player in trying to take down this North Star. He sees the pilot, he got the goose, he saw the dirt trails on the ground and goosed S-Gamer, and now the follow-up onto the Auto Titan is the call. Not going to try to mess with the pilot. Funbus will get the rip as well, but even though he does, Camp will snipe the pilot, and that will be the end of the round. Very nice heads-up awareness from Fumbus. He saw the Titan disembark, understood the pull was coming, waited a little bit longer, and was able to get the goose no problem by seeing the dirt splatter on the ground. That round was still winnable due to the fact that S-Gamer's North Star still has about a bar and a half to work with. If he gets a nice flight core going, could potentially be a nice swing for his team. Unfortunately, Burnout's going to have to use the wall early. Sonar going to come out, be able to reveal one. He's going to see this Ion more than likely on this hillside. Can't peek yet because no wall just yet. And Fumbus is going to be taking the fight versus S-Gamer. Now it's going to be Caspi versus Camp in this mid area with occasional interference from their teammates. I've been noticing that Camp loves this the Arc Wave into shot combo. We're not going to try to push up, try to find locks onto the Ronin, not going to be able to find them. Tracking rockets incoming. Unfortunately, the curve was a little bit off the mark, as now it's going to hit the wall, the tiny wall instead. Right now, Camp not doing the greatest in terms of his fight. Thankfully, Camp opted to block the Arc Wave. Caspi kind of made an assumed reaction. Camp was either. Doom for Doom is good. Caspi opts to take the eject. And now Camp's going to have to take an eject relatively soon. Burnout does get the Doom on the Ion. Double dash! Doesn't seal the deal with the double dash! Tracking Ryan's going to force the eject out of Sally for sure there. No questions asked. North Star is next to Burn. He's going to have to try to find this damage. No, he was not able to find the Salvo Core just yet. Burnout got it now, but it's already too late as he's going to be forced to take an eject unless the dash shot is good. That's not going to land. He might get a partial. He does get some partials, but didn't look at the Titan just long enough to be ejected later. Ooh, Sally already waiting for Camp to just do something and push out. And the problem is now Fumbus is a Doom bar. Having to find S-Gamer's North Star. The game has come to a crawl. S-Gamer's North Star has made his presence known. Tried to find a shot. Good stick with the Firestar. And the kill from on the pilot from Bernadette. Very well played. Nice laser shot onto S-Gamer. Fumbus has to be careful. This North Star could have flight core relatively soon. Doom barely not. Oh, before the battery application frames is huge. Flight core's been activated. Funbus has already left the building, so he will continue to survive. At worst, they get a draw. At best, they might get a round win. 20 seconds remain. The DPS has to land onto this North Star right now. Firestar stick is good. Charge rifle shots need to start landing onto North Star with the Ion in tow. Laser core! Oh, laser core plus charge rifle combined, and that's going to be a round win for Team Gov.
time.
Controls are handed to you, pilot.
Right now, Team Go sitting with a nice 2-0 lead on Colony, but we saw what happened on
Bloody
War
well
Games. They
destroying them.
have to
Keep it
finish
up,
it out.
6-4.
The side switch is going to happen, so they're going to have a completely different side to play, which Colony I don't really think is a map that has a good side by its side, but the positioning does change a little bit. Camp with the excellent rollout in the mid. Already in a phenomenal position to contest Caspi. He is going to hold this area as well. And Fumbuzz completely uncontested will just happily take the battery. He'll lose a bar for it, but he's more than happy to have that to himself. Bernard being pushed off the hill is no big deal. He can still be able to be here in a contest, but has to be careful on how he walks out. Oh, he tried to hit the shot out to the road and get instant tracking rockets, but unfortunately he missed, but hit some partial. Tracking rockets onto Ronan, forced the phase. Very nice from Bernadette. Part of the wall is down a little early, and unfortunately still in range of the Arc Wave. That's going to force another cooldown out of Ronan, and now the party is getting started as the Ion has used the Laser Core, forcing Funbus to eject, but I don't think he got the... What an instant goose from S-Gamer! The defensive hold coming out from Team Final Boss has been phenomenal. The control, even though Funbus got the battery, rotated all the way in, Funbus isn't able to find as much value as he would like. Caspi forced to eject. Unfortunately, Bernardot not able to hit the shot. No E-smoke to his name either, meaning that he's definitely going to get doomed here. Trying to agree for the damage. Eskimer comes around. No eject from Burn! Now the sword. Now on the back end is going to be Kemp having to make a 1v2. Does get one. Has a sword core to his name. Eskimer not lined up with the shot. Sees the pilot. Ooh, Eskimer barely off the mark. Does Camp not have sword core yet? I guess Camp doesn't have sword core yet. Oh, he does! He activates it now, but the problem, he's stuck in a tether. Gonna be forced to phase here as he's under a lot of fire. Arc Wave 1, Arc Wave 2. Nice avoidance from S-Gamer. S-Gamer shot a little early. That means that he's not gonna have shots to contest this Ronin. But actually, no, it doesn't matter because S-Gamer has the flight core. Camp's hopes and dreams will be taken down from the sky. S-Gamer tried to dash in and try to potentially get the rip, but it's not gonna matter. His pilot will combine with him, and it will be more than enough DPS to take down the Ronin.
Pilot mode online.
Like I said, we saw this happen earlier in War Games. Team God didn't close it out. Now, might happen again. It's gonna be North Star now coming out from the shot. Nice shot onto S-Gamer. Already got a bar off of him. Couldn't find the follow-up, however. Camp in mid. I think we're playing mid on this side. It's a little bit more awkward because walking out this way is a very difficult thing to do. Lots of damage thrown towards Cassie's way, but overall Caspi comes out net positive due to the fact of S-Gamer's support. Start duel going slowly towards Bernadotte's favor. Nice shot from Bern. Melee cluster cancel! Very nice for Bernadotte! He gets the rip on an S-Gamer with the instant melee! Camp and Fumbuzz hold their duo fight in mid as S-Gamer has already gone down. They can play this as slow as they want, but instead they're going to choose to keep fighting. Flight Core is online as Bernadotte has seized the battery as well. The thing is, though, is that Bernadette, I don't know if he realizes, but he needs to get involved in this fight immediately. The longer he takes, the more time that Camp and company get chipped down. And even then, as I say that, Camp and company are holding phenomenally. Both of themselves, both Camp and Fun, not getting doomed. Nice doom onto Caspi as well. Bombus with the laser core. More likely get a laser core. Sally gets the doom for himself. Eject. Nice crit from Bernadette. Gonna take him out of the game. And now it's Caspi just by himself. Not a whole lot he can do as the last Titan standing. Sword Core has been activated. And even then, that was going to be a 3-1 victory. For Team Ga. So right now, the game count has been evened up. We've got 2 maps that are the classics. We've got the Angel City, Tried and True, and Boomtown, the Guardian. And it's going to be Boomtown. Boomtown, the selection. The last map of Losers Finals. Winner take all. Only one team gets to fight against Team Invictus. Will it be Team Ga getting their run back? Or is Team Final Boss gonna get theirs right here, right now? Boomtown, tried and true. Come to think of it, we've seen a lot of Boomtown today. And guess what? We're gonna go watch some more with this last game. I'd imagine that Bernardot's probably going to stick on the Legion or the North Star. And it's going to be S Gamer, speaking of, on the North Star. Rocking an Overcore, I actually really like. Sally going to take the Ion for himself, and there's going to be no switch up on the composition. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. North Star coming out as well. Cluster just barely off the mark, meaning that Caspi will get that battery. No questions asked. Camp's going to have to seize his, but actually, no, is not going to be able to get it. And also takes a free shot from S Gamer as well. Sally is uncontested on this right side. Very nice shot from Burn. That's gonna actually didn't do a whole lot of damage. I thought it would be a charge shot. Almost is on the right. Nice shot. Nice, great shot on the Sally actually there. As now it's a little bit of an awkward hold. Caspi's gonna be able to force his way up the ramp, taking aggression through this side of the lane. It actually fakes out Camp here. Very nice defense from Bernadette though. Gonna be able to defend himself no problem. Unfortunately, Burn misses that shot to knock Caspi away. Caspi gonna go straight in with the anomaly. Force the North Star up in the air. Force the North Star to be doing. Force the North Star to not even eject. I can't believe Burn didn't eject. A decisive offense coming up from Caspi and company. As right now Caspi is playing very clean with the Sword Core coming out in tow. Funbus is gonna go down as well. As Camp might be the next one to fall. Camp doing phenomenal to defend himself so far. But even though he has a Sword Core, Caspi finds all 3 for an ace.
Welcome back.
Lots of minor mistakes ended up happening there. Caspi's aggression, by the way, completely... Like, not much to check him once he's in that area. A composition like Ion and North Star want to play the far back game, but if the Ronin is already in your face with a battery and able to run offense like that, no questions asked. S-Gamer here, tried to find the shot, not able to. And the battery's going to go towards Caspi's way again. That's not a good look. Legion going to be stuck out in mid, however, this time around. As now it's going to be Sally versus Funbus. Funbus winning so far slightly. Legion shot will even it up a little bit as it's a double strider on the left side. Sally decides to disembark, re-embark for energy. But even though he's already down to about 20% health. This time around, Camp has a battery for himself. Nice power shot coming up from Bernadette. gonna try their best to unload into this Ronin, but thankfully doesn't take too much damage. As now the fallback is starting to happen. Gamer hovers, shouting, fun, unfortunately misses. Fumbus doesn't really have that much energy to punish back. Unfortunately, misses his later shot out. Fumbus less than a bar. Has to be careful. Nice block on the railgun. On the other side, Gaspy's still trying to hold the Ronin and the Legion, but the problem is that Ronin and the Legion has so much damage output. Camp gonna start trying to all in Sally. As now Caspi is still sitting behind multiple members. Caspi is doomed. Power shot as well. Power shot! Oh my goodness, nice face by him. Still continuing to survive. Gonna try to see whatever value we can find with the sword cord. Fortunately, not able to find much so far. S-Gamer is in mid, trying to contest this Legion. Very nice 2 shots. We'll be able to put him, never mind, into power shot range still. Flight course been activated. Lizard core as well. S-Gamer has to take an eject. Fumbus says not today, and Gaw will even up the round count.
Half-time.
Welcome back, pilot.
Now, sides have swapped. This game is as even as it can get. Don't worry, we have the fix. Put me back in. No, it didn't put me back in the lobby. Oh no. Not like this. Not like this, dude! Not like this! Oh, you hate to see this type of thing happen. Oh no. Oh no. Mayday. 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 Oh no. Not like this. Not like this. I hate it here. Oh no. The one time the fix doesn't work. Are we serious? This is life? This is life? This is life? This is life? Oh my god. I can't believe it didn't work. This game is a game of all time. Oh, someone has Ion Client? That's what that is? Well, what did we learn today, chat? Don't Ion Client if lethal spectating, I guess. Well, you can join. I mean, yeah, if I had Ion Client, yeah, so guess what I don't have, buddy? Guess what, buddy? I have the standard game for tournaments. I don't know what else to tell you, dog. You hate to see this type of thing happen. Is it really cooked? Are we cooked? Well, we're cooked. Well, there you go, dude. Well, look at that. Now none of us get to watch winners, losers finals. Yeah. They did lock the lobby, yep. I mean, Ellis, the only reason why I didn't stay is because I do have a, I have a fix for spec bug that works, but, you know, it be like that, I guess. You hate to see this type of thing happen. Alright, so now I know that if I get spec bug, I'm just gonna commentate with sound again. That sounds good to me. That is so unfortunate, man. I mean, man, I just gotta like telepathically read the game with my mind, dog. I've already done spectating with Specbug, man. See if I could do my best guess right now. Caspy's probably got a battery, and unfortunately, Campbell hasn't got a battery yet, so that means that now they're on a bit of a back foot. However, Burnout is still playing the Legion, being able to shut down S Gamers North Star in the midsection. Meaning that right now the aggression up into the mid is going to be good, but on the other side it's going to be Sally versus Funbus, in which Funbus is slowly winning the 1v1 trade overall. But S Gamer is probably going to rotate over and be able to take some shots at Funbus and try to make Funbus the target as Caspi continues to hold 2. Yeah, nobody's streaming it. I tried to look too. Yeah, I'm pretty. As you can tell, I'm pretty good at doing this whole commentary thing. Yeah, schizo commentary does go crazy. I mean, bold of you to assume I edit any of the VODs. I don't got time for that. I mean, this is just me guessing as best as I can. I think the... I mean, I think the call from them is still to continue to run the North Star, Ion, and Ronin, as they like to play the bit more defensive game, which is a little interesting given the fact that Caspy's been playing very aggressively. With the anomaly, I might add, his offense has been lightning fast, being able to get in and out between multiple members of Team Ga. And with that being over, I am going to guess with how fast it ended. I mean, dude, I don't even know who won, honestly. This can go either way. Okay, nothing's been said in report scores. I don't know what's happened. You would like... Yo, everyone right now is just sitting together like, yo, who won? Nobody knows, dude. Nobody knows who won. Everyone's like, yo, but who won, though? Dude, everyone's waiting. S-Gamer's typing? Oh, that means S-Gamer won. Oh, what? Not 2-1. Wait, go 1. Alright, so go 1. Okay. I don't know what they did. I couldn't tell you. Unfortunate. But Team Go will advance towards the grand finals, get their run back towards Team Invictus. Alrighty, well. Oh, S-Gamer won. Never mind. Word. Alright, my bad. There we go. Freaking. Okay, thank God. Okay, so now I know. Don't hit the freaking reset lethal. Just accept the spec bug and just commentate would sound like a real schizo, I guess. All right, well I know that now, so I'm not gonna press the button. S Gamer Company will move on over Team Go. So now, we made the Grand Finals. Grand Finals is a 3 out of 5, and this is our last set of the day. Team Final Boss have successfully achieved their run back, as now they come up against Invictus, who's sitting in the Grand Finals, winner's side. Team Final Boss is going to have to win 2 sets, Invictus is going to need to find the 1. The question is, can anyone put a stop to Team Final Boss's momentum? Because they've been looking lights out ever since they got sent to loser's bracket initially. Give me 1 second, stream. Alrighty, I'm back just in time as the picks and bans have concluded. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is Grand Finals. This is going to be a 3 out of 5, and we're immediately jumping right into Crash Site. This is going to be a conflict of styles, I think, with Team Invictus being a bit more aggressive, S-Gamer Company a bit more defensive. But as I say that, Caspi, of course, plays very aggressively when an opportunity presents himself. So it's going to be really interesting to see LSD and Caspi clash, because it's not something we get to see very often. Our first game of Grand Final is going to go straight to the Crash Site. We've seen a bunch of play from the top side, and we've seen play from the bottom side. And now we're going to see what both teams elect to cook up here. Pine going to be on the Ion, LSD on the Ronin, with Stasis rounding it out on the Legion. Looks like there will be no cheeky plays coming up from the bottom, and it will be a complete mirror match. S-Gamer this time around going to take the reins of the Legion for himself. Very patient play coming up from LSD and company. No energy from Neon, very nice punish, and it's going to be LSD already getting one for his name. Caspi already doomed. Caspi forced in the air as well. And it's going to be S-Gamer playing the Legion, but he ventured too far up, and now he's going to go down finally. I'm not sure if S-Gamer's call there was to cover their Legion or opt to power shot the teamfight that's happening on the right side, but I don't think any power shots were thrown towards LSD and company. Even then, LSD just
Pilot, it is good to have you back.
played very patient, actually. He just held his options, waited for his opportunity to strike, saw the Ion had no energy, saw the Ronin had nothing, and eventually just got a lot of free damage in. Very nice patient play coming out from him. However, Victus Company, they're going to have this good side for one more round, so it's important they win this next round. Otherwise, they're going to be stuck in a difficult position. Bottom side is now going to be played, as S-Gamer has selected the North Star for himself, as we saw No Titans come up the top end. Fine Raven actually is a bit far with no energy. He's going to get hard punished here. Stuck out a bit longer than he would have liked. A little bit of inexperience from Pine Raven, I think, there. Now it's going to be on LSD and company to siege this bottom area, which I'm sure at this point they know how to do. Is here. He actually knew that S-Gear was there, which is pretty impressive, I will say. Doesn't find too much damage, finds a little bit for himself. S-Gamer is still in the back area, trying to see what he can find. Tries to find some shots onto the Ion, as the aggression coming out from Invictus is overall trying to find some merit. However, the Sword Core has been activated. S-Gamer does miss with the Railgun. Pine already forced up into the air, and now it's going to be Caspi trying to find aggression onto LSD. Nice block from LSD as Nova is next to be lost, actually ripped as well. LSD needs this battery in order to continue his aggression, as now he's got to find 2 Titans worth the kills. Tries to actually juke out multiple members, but unfortunately stuck on a tether. Thankfully, has the face. He's going to be able to get in, no problem. Baits out the melee from the Ronin. Trying to find a sword for onto S-Gamer. S-Gamer doesn't take the eject. In fact, just tries to box it out for dear life. And thankfully, LSD is now the one who's able to play very defensively and very patient. Gaspy, no phase, meaning that he's going to have to hold all this damage coming his way. And thankfully, LSD with the solid play once again, gonna find himself another clutch added to his name. I just want to say that, I know I was talking about Caspi earlier, but LSD, he has driven in nothing but clutch this entire tournament. When the time has been called for him to pull up, he does. However,
We're doing great, team.
like I said,
They don't have a chance.
that was the last good side round they're gonna get. Pine Raven is now gonna play the North Star. Instead, they're now gonna elect to play the bottom. Shot on a Caspi, very nice block. The cluster placement is also really good as well. But I think Pine stuck around for a little bit more than he could have chewed, because now he's almost down half. Trying to find damage on the S-Gamer. Arcwave is good. Thankfully, Sally covering S-Gamer. Not going to be able to find much more for himself. Nova's here, but Nova has to be careful, because that Ronin is going to be taking point relatively soon. Nova's going to go off to hold the ship, I imagine, with the ZPT kit selected. And it's going to be North Star plus Ronin. Trying to hold this area, I don't really agree, especially with Caspi taking slow, because he's taking a ton of damage. Sally is in the cave. He's going to force the North Star out, and now Pine is more likely going to be the target. Pine, thankfully, not doomed. As a lot of pressure's been thrown at this North Star, thankfully still not doomed. And multiple members starting to advance behind Caspi. Very nice face from LSC. Nice long-range power shot! I'm not sure if it was blocked or not, but regardless, the fact he's still alive is huge. Cloak taken from LSC, meaning this battery pull is going to be a lot slower than he would like, but he thankfully does get it. LSC need one shot for Sword Core. S-Gamer does, in fact, use the rest of, uses the close range power shot to the integration. Now it's LSC still trying to find value. Oh my god, LSC is playing phenomenally! I don't know how he avoided all those power shots, but the problem right now is that he's got another Sword Core coming his way. But even then, there's only so much he can do to defend himself, and he will eventually go down to Caspi. I'm very surprised that they opted to select the bottom side option, given the fact that they just dismantled the bottom side option.
Focus. Plan. Attack.
So we're going to see if they opt to change it up or not. Right now, Pine has been kind of sticking out in a bit more areas than he should. And now instead, they're going to change it up immediately. I like this call coming out from LSD and company. Their bottom side push didn't work, so instead of trying to play it again, they're just going to opt to go to top this time. Pine is here with the ZPL at the ready. Nice block from Pine. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the tripwires in this regard. Now the tripwire coming into play as well on the opposite side. There's a lot of scramble going on, but he gets the rip. He hits all on red and is able to find one. And matter of fact, his teammate will find the other. They have won the hill on the bad side. S-Gamer by himself is the last Titan standing. But with all the combined firepower of Team Invictus, they'll seal themselves a Game 1 ticket in the Grand Finals. And now, only a few more maps remain. 1-0 is our set score between these two teams. Invictus leads the charge on Crash Site, as now Angel City has been selected. Ah, yes, I see a fellow man of culture with the YY. Dying art, I will say, for the fact that we have this text chat being on from the console side of things.
Opponent's sword transferred to pilot.
Here we go. Game 2. Team Invictus leads. But does Team Final Boss have something to say? Sally with the opening on the late shot to find. Pine with the great Vortex Shield to block out the damage. Problem is LSC is not in mid yet. Pine, I said he was great at not taking damage earlier, but now he's already almost half the amount of damage he just took. LSC is here trying to find aggression. Ooh, he almost died to phase there. And now the damage is coming towards Caspi. Caspi is hurting. He's trying to... Actually, no, I was going to say, it's going to be, on the opposite, it's going to be... Their teammate actually... Pine does fall down, gets doomed. Thankfully, great eject from Caspi. Going to continue to survive. LSD tries to find the pilot. Not able to find it, unfortunately. But look at how healthy S-Gamer is. S-Gamer gonna come out with a flank core. I'm not sure how he got it, but Nova is definitely going down. And on the back end, the sword core's been activated. Trying to find a melee onto Sally is not gonna be enough. And a decisive round for Team Final Boss. I've said it earlier, I think a map like AC with a lot more control does favor Team Final Boss. We saw how on Crash Site, where they were allowed to play the poke fight, Team Final Boss came out on top. Whereas where they took the scrambles and the outright engagements, whatchamacallit, Team Invictus was the one to win that time around. But however, right now Team Final Boss leads the way on the map choice that they have chosen to protect. LSD versus Caspi. This is what I wanted to see. Two top-tier Ronins going at it. No shotgun shot has officially landed unblocked, by the way. Very impressive play between these two. Caspi just going to take his time. Still needs to take a reload, unfortunately. And now the aggression onto Sally is here. But thankfully, Caspi is here to bail his Ion out. S-Gamer still in the field, trying to see what he can get done. However, Pine is taking a lot of damage. Legion is here against multiple members, but the problem is he's stuck between a Vortex Shield. All three members, while they have pushed up in the mid, they're completely surrounded. Caspi trying to see what he can get done. Nova has to take a reload, but thankfully the entirety of his teammates are there to cover him. Caspi gets ripped for his aggression. And now S-Gamer trying to take the fight versus Pine. Pine thankfully survives and doesn't get doomed. Sally Welly gonna laser course. Stasis, he's gonna get one, has to be forced into the air, however, and now he's gonna die to Nova. Spitfire, no, the car will there. S-Gamer now has to hover into the mid, but now he's stuck in a rocket hard place as LSD is already here with the sword core and the laser core as well, just to add insult to injury. Team Invictus will tie up the round count.
Pilot mode online.
Round count's been evened up. This has been an absolutely wild grand final so far. Caspi's going to take up this mid position. I think it's S-Gamer going to be on the Legion. Pine is out of energy. Has to be careful about how he expends his stuff. But LSD is here. Has to take a reload. Great melee coming out from Caspi. Is going to take a small trade and is going to walk away. LSD is under a ton of pressure from the multiple members firing at him. However, now Nova is getting involved, and Nova and S-Gamer are going to take their own engagement, but actually it will be LSD trying to take the all-in versus Caspi. Caspi with a smart dash away, not to phase into his opposition. S-Gamer gonna be able to take the counter aggression on a Nova. Never mind, Nova still has the good shield. I can't believe he still does. And on the back end, Sally falls to Pine. Pine is gonna get involved now. Stasis is doomed. S-Gamer has the smart core online in mid. He is a one-man army trying to hold for as long as he can. LSD is here, Arc Wave, but oh, actually, LSD's gonna find it! He does find it with the phase! With two pilots trying to kill this Ronin dead! He will still survive and clutch it for Team Invictus!
Pilot on board. Welcome back.
Quite literally came down to the 2 last Titans standing. Just like the name says, I am pretty sure this lobby is locked, so I'm gonna have to hold this spectator bug. So we're gonna do our best to listen to the game audio like everyone else can. Right now, a Strider's been dashing out into mid. More than likely gonna be the Rodents taking up their fights, along with an Ion to support in tow. Arcway's been used. Double Arcways, both Arcways been used, the phases used as well. Both the Rodents taking up their respective fights. More likely, I think I'd imagine with where the spectator camera is, it probably is going to be Pine plus LSD in the middle area. Agent getting slightly involved as well. Legion's been firing in the mid. I think it might be just be an alright fight in mid. Both these teams have just been playing absolutely aggressively in this mid area. Been used. Power shot thrown. Vortex has been fed. I'm not sure by who, but one Titan has already fallen. Laser core has been popped. I imagine that's probably Pine, more than likely, given the fact he's running the entangled kit. Fire in play. Power shot's been used. Shields are down. I'm not sure which Titan had shields, but sounds like somebody was able to pull a battery for themselves. Pilots are still involved. That means the ejection from somebody's end was successful. They're just sitting in mid. Another Titan falls down. They didn't get anything to disembark. Trying to kill a pilot, it sounds like. And the round is over. It sounds like, by the fact that I didn't hear the game announcer, it sounds like the round count might have been tied up, actually. And with that being the case, the round count is more likely tied up. We're going to a final round on Angel City. Hopefully the game lets us in this time, as we get a lot of spectator bug today. Here we go. In fact, I am correct. The round count is tied up between these two teams. And only one team can take this game on AC, as we are potentially in a final round. S-Gamer has selected the North Star for his team, and Stasis is on tone. S-Gamer is a little close, but thankfully doesn't get caught. And Caspi has gotten the battery. On the opposite side, the other battery will be seized. Sally's going to pull this one. Pine gets a little bit of damage, but not a whole lot. Double Atlas into a double Strider is not an ideal matchup. Pine has to be careful because Pine could potentially be the target here. Try to find a lineup arc. And now Caspi is here. The wall not used in a really great spot, if I'm being honest. The Tone's going to be able to fight back really well. Nice collapse onto this Ronin, but they have to be careful. Nice punch away, but the Sword Core's in play. Unfortunate whip on a melee. Arcweir to contest. Look at this hold coming out from Pine, trying to hold for dear life. Laser Core comes on the back end. Stasis forced up into the air. Laser Core for Laser Core trade. Not able to find a Doom on an S-Gamer. Sally could be the next target to be lost. LSD is going to have Sword Core relatively soon. Forced into the air is one. LSD coming in with the Sword Core. He's going to force another one up into the sky. S-Gamer, you are the last one alive. Run for dear life, S-Gamer. Hover away with your hopes and dreams away from this road. Hits a nice knockback shot. Thankfully stalls out the Sword Core all the way, but LSD is still hot on his trail! And S-Gamer is not going to be able to leave the clutches of the road. LSD cleans up the last members of Team Final Boss, and they will win Angel City. Colin has been selected for our potential last game of LTS. And here we go. Potential final game. Team Invictus up 2-0 in the set. Despite how close some of the rounds have been, they have been driving in clutch.
Controls are handed to you, pilot.
And that's no disrespect to Team Final Boss. Team Final Boss has been also playing phenomenally in their own regard. But we're going to see. Does Team Invictus take it now? Or does Team Final Boss extend the set? Pine Raven going into the sky with a tried and true North Star. Not be able to find the shots are both North Stars. LSD is going to take up this mid position. He knows the double striders are around, but he's looking for the Ion, I'd imagine. Thankfully, Eskimer doesn't hit that shot there. It would have been crucial for him to hit that. Matter of fact, Sally is on the left side, and I think relatively uncontested. Nice laser shot from Stasis. Actually catches the Arc Wave as a great punish. Now it's going to be LSD putting aggression onto his Ronin opponent, and now Stasis is going to go and try to hold this Ion. The thing is, with the position that LSD and company have, Sally has been relatively uncontested, puts a little bit of pressure on him to force him out. Now we come back towards Caspi. Caspi has to take a reload. He's going to have to eat that free damage. Good blocks by him, not overextending with the melee. Another great hole from Caspi, and actually it's going to be on the back end. It's going to be Pine having to go down. Nice Arc Wave into a phase rip! Phenomenal call out from LSD! A huge outplay on the Caspi! Gonna be able to block whatever offense is coming, no problem. Stasis tried to find a kill onto the pilot, but wasn't able to find it. However, his opponent is doomed. Actually, no, it's S-Gamer who's doomed. Flight Core incoming. Stasis is gonna have no problem disengaging just from that. Actually does come back around. The Stasis classic. Sword Core incoming from LSD is gonna force one, and as a matter of fact, he'll take two. That's gonna be the first round for Team Invictus. I'll say it once again since the chat just brought it up, and I gotta bring it up again since apparently I don't talk loud enough. Grand Finals is a best 3 out of 5, not a 2 out of 3, the only 3 out of 5 we run, and now we're going into the next round. Team Invictus will take that first round, and we're gonna see how they roll out this time around. Pine Raven. Hover shot versus S-Gamer. S-Gamer nowhere to be seen. Probably a swap to the Legion, one of his tried and true picks. Let's see now. He's in mid. He's trying to find Caspi. Hasn't seen Caspi just yet. Caspi and company, they're taking up this right side. They're going to take Hill by storm. S-Gamer, in fact, on the Legion. Nice feint on the Arc Wave. Most Ronins would have tried to melee there. Thankfully, Stasis. Oh, nice. Unfortunately, ate the leader shot there. That means LSD's gonna be stuck in a bit of an awkward position as he just ate a ton of damage through block. LSD's gonna come around. He's gonna land some great shots into Caspi, but Sally is also here. Like I said, the positioning earlier from Sally. Sally's been relatively uncontested. Nice juke on the melee, however. He's gonna continue to survive. And now Stasis is the target. Stasis is super hurt. Stasis is gonna get ripped as well. I'm surprised that melee didn't connect. Pine has been getting shut down by the Legion this entire round, and now he's gonna try to find the Doom on the one. Thankfully, LSD gets one, but by not blocking, he's gonna get himself doomed here. Not a whole lot he can really do here. The Legion has been such a problem. The Arc Wave unfortunately hit the tripwires, and don't worry. Actually, no, it will just be the outright leer shot that kills him. Don't worry. Team Final Boss still has something to say about this set.
Welcome back, pilot.
These teams have been absolutely beating each other to a complete pulp. We've seen multiple times where they've come down the last Titan standing. I don't think there's been a single... There's maybe only been 1 or 2 rounds at Crash Site that have just been a complete shutout. And now we're still going to continue. Pine Raven was on the North Star last time. Instead, S-Gamer swaps to the Legion, tries to play a bit more aggressively, and now we're going to see a swap as well! It's going to be Stasis instead piloting the Legion, and it's going to be Pine on the tried and true Ion, going to contest Sally. Now, here's the thing. Pine has the kit advantage, given the fact he has Entangled. He thought about pulling the battery. It's going to instant pull here. Actually missed the instant pull, but thankfully not the end of the world. It's going to eat a decent amount of damage, however, for multiple members. So that's going to be a hell of his health gone out the way. On the other end, Caspi, phenomenal movement, by the way. Trying to get himself a nice disengage out. Pine has the laser core online, and I imagine he's going to use it on his opponent. But no, actually, his opponent's opted to completely rotate out. And it's going to be LSD fighting off a little bit more than he can chew as S-Gamer and company are here, but the successful disengage will be well met. Sally has forced Pine to eject. Sally is going to have to take an eject soon as well. No hold on the Vortex is actually really good. Nope, there's the eject coming out. LSD is now doomed. As now the game's come to a stop. What a phenomenal combo. I almost just swore on the mic. Oh, I could not believe. Very nice stuff from Caspi. They do find the pilot, thankfully, but LSD is so hurt. He's not going to be able to walk out against this Legion. It's going to be on a Nova and company to find something here. Nova is next to be lost, it looks like. S-Gamer just playing far back as possible. It's going to be on to LSD to probably find something for himself. No movement for LSD. He could potentially pull the battery right now if he phase boosts over. He had an opportunity, but it's probably gone now. He's going to be super late. There's no way he can pull that battery. Caspi's definitely right there around that corner. Phase incoming. He pulled the battery, but he's already late. The auto's definitely going to go down. Caspi ready for the punish on that angle. And it's going to be, speaking of punish, Nova is going to get lost next. Not really much the Legion can do. And that's going to be another round for team. Final boss. Wait a minute. The classic might be happening. Hold on a minute. Okay. We've seen Team Final Boss go the distance multiple times. Okay? This is a team that are absolute veterans, no strangers to danger. They can make the comeback happen. And we saw earlier when they played Lights Out, they didn't drop a single round. It was only Team Ga that sent them to losers. But it's going to be up to Team Invictus to eliminate them. LSG and Pine just going to take the outright mid-fight this time around. No side swap onto Hill. It's going to be Legion. Taking up the right side, really interestingly enough. I'm not sure how the Legion is going to do well against Sally's positioning. Sally is not positioned very close. He's actually pretty far away. And not having Nova involved in this mid-fight, I think, is not ideal. Caspi got caught not blocking there, meaning he's going to lose about half. Nova's going to get involved in this fight. No one's seen him yet. Sally's going to be no problem with the Vortex there. Tried to power shot again. Unfortunately, wasn't able to find it. Nova's just going to hard force his way through the Vortex, trying to force damage onto the rodent. Thankfully finds it, and LSD gets a rip! A huge rip on the Caspi, I might add! That means that LSD is in a phenomenal position to just absolutely destroy this round. Comes around and he finds S-Gamer. Nice phase. But destroys the gun shield as well. Legion has no options to defend himself here. Sword Core's been activated. Power shot coming out from S-Gamer potentially. There it is, but he's running out of ammo. And on the back end, S-Gamer's teammate gets ripped. S-Gamer with nowhere to go. Laser Core, 3 members of Invictus will bring him down. And now Invictus has tied up the round count. They are sitting on tournament point for this Titanfall 2 3v3.
Welcome back.
Can they seal the deal? Even though the set score would be 3-0, it has been a hard-fought 3-0. Any switch-ups? No, it's going to still be the same team composition. Ion, Ronin, and the Legion. S-Gamer going to take up mid. Caspi's going to be here around this time. As Stasis is still taking up the right side. Hasn't been spotted by the Ion, interestingly enough. So he might be able to just walk up for free. The collapse could be potentially on the Sally, actually, given the fact of how isolated S-Gamer is. Trying to get the face killed at LSD. He truly believed in all-in, but wasn't able to get it. Ton of damage onto Caspi. Caspi is the target. Caspi might get doomed. They couldn't find it, barely. Oh, it's a huge arc wave. Caspi's gonna be forced to eject here. They hard forced it and they got the kill they wanted. But the question is, can they maintain the rest? S-Gamer might be next to be lost. S-Gamer has no gun shield. Sally here. Sally gonna take the laser core on to Stasis. Stasis has to take an eject. Does he get found by the laser core? No, he doesn't. Smart core's been activated. And Merv, the corner. Pine River will get ripped. And because of that,
Win. Let's get out of here, team.
even though they got the kill on Caspi, at what cost? Sally and S-Gamer hold. And ladies and gentlemen, we just got an extension in the set. They played so far up. LSD tries to get the phase kill when the Rodent's arced in phase, doesn't find it. Him and Pine combined, they try to get the Doom, barely doesn't get the Doom, no shotgun shots remaining, opt to just full send into Caspi, and they do, but the problem is that the other two members are completely healthy. LSD's already doomed himself, doom for doom trade. Pine Raven's probably getting lit up, not holding the Vortex shield to be able to defend himself. And on the back end, sure, Nova rotated in, but we saw how fast he just got melted, getting shot in the back. But there is no brakes on the train. The character select happens when you load in the game. We're going straight into our next game. We're going straight to War Games. Nobody opted to take a break. We're just going to keep playing this high adrenaline, high pack Titanfall 2 action. Sally going to take up the right side. Caspi taking up the mid. And on the left side will be S-Gamer. He hit an early partially charged crit onto something. Not going to be able to find the pilot, however, so that's right side battery will be seized. Sally has been getting this right side battery for free almost every round. Caspi is here. Caspi looks like he's got punished for his pull, but the 2-to-1 battery siege overall is favorable for his team. LSC is here. LSG is going to have to contest. Never mind, he's actually not being contested by anyone. It's just going to be him versus Caspi up in the mid section. Actually, no. Stasis is here to get involved. Charge onto Caspi continues. Stasis and company, they're just gonna opt to run the train, baby! That sword core coming up from Caspi, he's still not doomed. Matter of fact, they will find the rip onto Stasis. Stasis goes down. LSD with the sword core incoming. One hit is Caspi. Caspi forced into the air. And now on the back end, S-Gamer versus Pine. S-Gamer does come on. He gets the instant huge shot from S-Gamer. Saliwa has been forced into the air, but here's the problem. Is that sure, LSC did a ton for his team. There's still 2 pilots available, and we know how much damage these pilots can deal. 1 pilot goes down. But Sally Wiley's still in play. LSD is here harassing S-Gamer. S-Gamer, how could you run away? Flight core's been activated. Full disengage from the Ronin. We're not dealing with that today. No, thank you. Doesn't opt to continue scrambling. S-Gamer likes to play, or excuse me, S-Gamer. LSD likes to play a bit more clean and concise, and because of that, he understands the pilot's giving him a battery, so he's going to get the mid-bat for himself. Oh, if S-Gamer had actually committed to the sprint, he might have actually hit the shot at mid and potentially gotten the doom there, but now LSD is just going to say the beta motto, tried and true. Health advantage, goodbye! I'm not sure how S-Gamer is going to be able to win this round. It's going to come down to the amount of pilot work that Saliwala can put in, but even then, LSG is just going to hold a position where the pilot just isn't really relevant anymore. Actually, instead of holding a position where the pilot isn't really relevant anymore, he's just going to continue to kite this North Star around. You, the sniper, must be the one that finds offense onto the jungler. 30 seconds remain. At this point, I don't think there's enough DPS to actually kill this Ronin, if not doom him. Charge shot number 1 coming up. Not able to find it as S-Gamer. Charge shot number 2 is a swing and a miss. As well as Sally tried to rodeo LSD, but he wasn't able to find that either. LSD actually does have a little less than a bar. If he lets go of sword block incorrectly at one moment, he will get doomed. Maybe a sword block. Pierce! Can't seem to find it. Has to barrel through his own cluster in order to continue the aggression, but no, LSD will successfully retreat, and he will put himself and his team in the lead. We love health advantage. Goodbye. Tried and true strategy since 2016, baby. 10 years going strong is the beta motto, and we still see it happening today. Invictus' company would go up for that first round. Thanks to some solid heads-up play from LSD. On the opposite end, S-Gamer's trying to go for the goose. Not able to find it. I don't think he knows about the new cluster lineup. And the mid battery, not going to be able to claim it as well due to the fact that there's a cluster on that one. But Caspy will be able to get it. Going to be able to shield for the Ronin. Great Arcwave punish, however, from LSD. And he gets a nice 2-man Arcwave as well. That's a ton of core he just got. Shot on a Pine is good. A return fire is also good. Caspy now going to lead the charge for his team, as now there's going to be on them to find the aggression here. Oh, that's all of Pine's movement, actually. He might be able to get punished. Thankfully, no. Doesn't full commit. But however, he dropped the mag after 2. But thankfully, the collapse on the LSD. But LSD repositioned with the phase. 2 Masterclass Ronins going at it. S-Gamer slightly less than a bar. Probably going to get doomed here. Barely not getting doomed. Actually does get doomed around the corner. LSD with a sword core in tow. Going in. Gets 1. No sword block. That means the sword core from return from Cassie will be good as well. LSG trying to play his space. Nice fade away with the melee. Gonna force 1 in the air. A matter of fact, LSG's a machine. He tried to get the rip on a Cappy. Caspy saw his life flash before his eyes. And now the problem, Caspy left all by himself. 2-1. Tries to find the pilot with the grab star, but he doesn't get back in the Titan and can't reapply the battery. I can't believe LSD didn't get pulled. How did he not get pulled?
Half-time.
He didn't get pulled. He gets the kill on the Titan. He gets the sword core off. He holds his own against multiple members. LSD playing absolutely phenomenally. That's all I can say. And now his team sits once again on the tournament point.
Pull it together, 6-4. Regroup, team up, and give him hell.
Here we go. Caspy now has the good side for himself, so he's going to be able to get this battery, hopefully, safely. No one able to goose him today, so he will get the battery for himself. Mid is not the objective being pulled. The North Star tried to come around, does get most of Caspy's shield set. It is a good start, and instead they're going to opt to take the opposite side battery for themselves, meaning LSD will at least be evened up in this exchange. Pine has been spotted by Sally. Thankfully, it doesn't take too much damage. Matter of fact, gets Sally's shield. So overall, this is actually not bad for Invictus, as Invictus were the ones playing behind initially. LSD, nice phase. His awareness on how to micro-position has been top-notch. Thankfully, he blocked that one. He was caught reloading for a second, but the shot just too late. LSD holding versus Caspy. Stasis Heads might have been the target. I'm not sure if Caspy lost a bar to phase or not, but he took a ton of damage somewhere. And now Caspy under further aggression. Caspy more than likely going to get doomed in this exchange. Actually, no, LSD will play his cards closer to the chest and try to find it in the long game. Nice shot from S-Gamer, but he's not going to have a shot to defend himself from Pine. That means that he will get doomed. Sally, S-Gamer turned around towards LSD. LSD is doomed. Fight core's been forced, and LSD will continue to survive. Caspy got himself another battery. Nice shot from Sally to take on LSD. That's a huge way back into the game. Sword core incoming. One swing is good. Flight core to stall out. Laser core as well. And that's going to be a round for team final boss. A huge defensive comeback from them. With the way that round started, too, things were not looking good. Oh my goodness, things were looking really rough. S-Gamer gets doomed. Caspy's about to get doomed. But thankfully, they find their target. Unfortunately, I got the spectator bug, so we're going to have to listen to the game audio and do our best. You hate to see this type of thing happen. Titanfall 2, bro. Also, we gotta tell SGamer to disable Ion Client when I'm watching so I can actually fix this. But there's not a whole lot I can do about it, so I'm just gonna listen to the game and we're gonna let you know what's going on. Based on what's happening, cluster missiles have been fired, so it looks like someone tried to goose the battery. Dude, I know. Laser shots have been exchanged, and I think both teams are opting to run the same composition of the Ion North Stars, if I'm not mistaken. Best Fine has been on the North Star, and so has SGamer as well. So rounds have been exchanged. Lots of cluster missiles coming in back and forth. Yeah, I know, this game legit does hate us. One Titan has fallen. Judging by the side that it's been on, I'd imagine it would be on team... Another Titan has been ejected as well. I'd imagine the core side might have been Pine Raven side. The question is, can we get an extension of War Games, or... There we go. Actually, yeah, we are getting an extension of War Games. We saw it, like I said, we've seen it happen multiple times. We saw it on Colony. We're going to see it here again. Even though I can't see the game, I can feel the game. All right? 2-2 goes absolutely insane. Team Final Boss will not be knocked out just yet. We're going to a final round. Again, Invictus sits on a tournament point. All they need is one. But SGamer and company haven't been able to find it. LSD will actually get the mid bet this time, and Pine Raven will outtrade his Ion compatriot. Caspi is super late to this pool, meaning that SGamer is going to get full collapsed on and die instantly! Unfortunately, Caspi couldn't get the battery earlier due to the fact that there was a cluster missile, I'd imagine. Sword Core's been activated. Caspi going to be the next target, no questions asked. Take this Ronin out of the game. However, phenomenal defensive. He hit every defensive melee and he's still alive! He's going to come around, he's going to Sword Core Stasis. Stasis has no way to defend himself. Huge defensive plays coming off for him, but he's the last time and Stasis will win it all for his team! Caspi, unfortunately, not being able to make magic happen that round, and Team Invictus are your 3v3 LTS tournament winners. But what a phenomenal set that was. Team Final Boss barely get taken out at the end. They'll take a second place. Team Invictus are your winners this time around. Ooh, Pine Raven failed a certain time by saying scheduled ones diff. I won't lie, I respect that. I respect that. Let's go. You yet talk your stuff, King. Yeah. Yeah. Oh man, what a legend. But yeah, after about 4.5 hours of commentary, Team Invictus, they will win. So congratulations to them. Team Invictus take home a grand prize of $120. There is money in the game. Hey, how about that? Split between all their members, of course. And I just want to say thank y'all for sticking around for another phenomenal entry in Titanfall 2 history. Of course, you know, TBT are going to be hosting another event next month. We're going to try to keep these tournaments series monthly going and going and going. As we're coming up on our 10-year anniversary for this game in October. Ladies and gentlemen, Titanfall 2 is 10 years old. But again, congrats to Team Invictus for taking it. It's going to be LSD, Stasis, and Pine Raven. I'm not sure if Pine Raven, if that was his first TBT victory, but if it is, congrats to him. Final Boss going to take it. Their second place victory, and of course, sitting in the losers final side, was Team Ga. But, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to do it for today's broadcast. I appreciate y'all watching some exciting Titanfall 2. We got to see some all sorts of crazy stuff. Top level play, absolute nonsense, you name it, we had it today. And you know what channel to check out next month for? Next month's broadcast. I have been Lethal Force. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me this entire afternoon watching this goated game of all time. And I will see y'all at the next LTS tournament.